Hello everyone, and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads, and after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The line was never supposed to be a line at all. It was a wall, a solid, ornate, gilded barrier of velvet and plaster and history, separating the shimmering world of the Paris Opera House from the endless, lightless warren of its foundations. But on certain nights, when the last champagne flute was cleared from the grand foyer and the final stagehand's cough echoed into silence, the wall seemed to breathe. The boundary between the opulent above and the forgotten below grew soft, permeable. A draft would snake up from a grill in the floor, carrying not just damp but the faint, distant scent of salt and stone, like a sea cave. A shadow in the wings would hold its shape a moment too long after the light had changed. It was in these moments of quiet suspension that the line blurred, and something from the other side could be felt, listening, waiting, yearning for a crossing. Her name was Audra, and her voice was the thing that first pierced the membrane. It was not the most powerful voice in the company, nor the most technically refined, but it possessed a quality of untouched clarity, a silver thread of sound that seemed to originate from a place of profound and fragile innocence. When she sang, the dust motes in the rehearsal room hung still in the sunbeams, as if arrested by the purity of the notes. She was a creature of the light, all pale skin and wide, trusting eyes, newly arrived from some provincial town where ghosts were only told by the fire. He was Carl, Comte de Chagny, whose love for her was as immediate and uncomplicated as a sunbeam. He saw in her not just beauty, but a soul untainted by the cynicism of the city and the petty rivalries of the corps de ballet. He attended every performance, sent white roses that smelled of summer, and spoke of a future in a sun-drenched chateau, far from the drafty corridors and whispered anxieties of the opera. His was a love that believed in surfaces, in rescue, in the simple narrative of a knight and a maiden. Beneath them, in the labyrinth, lived the one who knew that surfaces were lies. He had no name they could speak. To the directors, Messrs. Armand and Furman, he was a nuisance, a series of inexplicable expenses and strange demands delivered in a handwriting like spiderwebs on cream-colored paper. To the dancers and the chorus, he was the opera ghost, a convenient specter to blame for a misplaced prop, a broken strap, a shiver down the spine when alone in a dressing room. They spoke of him in hushed, giggling tones, a thrilling fiction to animate the darkness. But to Iris, the ancient wardrobe mistress, whose fingers knew every stitch and seam of the opera's history, he was simply the boy. She remembered the rumors from decades past, the traveling fair, the architect's secret family, the fire. She would sometimes leave a bowl of stew or a clean blanket on a crate near the entrance to the lower mezzanine, and in the morning it would be gone, replaced sometimes by a perfectly carved wooden rose or a sheet of music paper filled with notations of such complexity they made her head ache. She kept his secrets, for she understood that some souls are born on the wrong side of the line, and the world has no mercy for them. The accidents began as whispers. A sandbag plummeting, missing a dancer's head by inches. A gas jet flaring suddenly, singing the sleeve of a principal tenor. Then, the chandelier. During a performance of Faust, with Audra on stage as the innocent Marguerite, The great crystal beast of a chandelier shuddered, groaned, and with a scream of tearing metal, plunged into the empty center of the auditorium. It was a spectacle of terrifying beauty, a cascade of light and shattering glass that stopped just short of massacre. In the stunned silence that followed, a single blood-red piece of paper fluttered down onto the stage at Audra's feet. It bore one word in that same spiderweb script: remember. From that night, the Phantom claimed her. Notes began to appear in the mirror of her dressing room, materializing from nowhere. They were not threats, but instructions, corrections to her phrasing, suggestions for her breath control, then compositions. He wrote for her a piece called The Lament of Isolde, a song of such haunting, desperate beauty that when she first tentatively voiced the notes in the empty practice room, she wept without knowing why. His voice came to her through the walls, a dark, resonant baritone that seemed to vibrate in the marrow of her bones. It was a voice stripped of all physicality, pure emotion given sound. He called her his angel of music. He said he had been waiting for her all his life. Carl's love turned to frantic action. He saw only a predator, a madman hiding in the walls. He enlisted the directors, who were now terrified of financial ruin and scandal. They brought in a pompous detective from the prefecture, who stomped through the cellars with a lantern, scoffing at tales of ghosts and finding only dust and rats. His investigation was a noisy, clumsy violation that found nothing because it understood nothing. The real investigation was happening in the silence, in the intimate, terrifying communion between Audra and the voice. She was no longer afraid. That was the transformation that chilled Carl to his soul. The initial terror had melted into a hypnotic fascination. The Phantom's lessons were genius. Under his unseen tutelage, her voice matured, gaining a depth and power that stunned the company. He understood her instrument better than she did. He spoke to her of music as a living entity, a river of time and feeling that could swallow worlds. He never showed himself, but his presence became the most real thing in her life. A constant, attentive intelligence in the dark. She began to dream of him not as a monster, but as a sad, lonely king in a kingdom of shadows. The line blurred completely the night Carl, armed with a pistol and a desperate heart, forced Iris to reveal a hidden passage. He descended into the earth, through corridors that smelled of stagnant water and old stone, past underground lakes that reflected his lantern light in broken shards. The air grew cold and thick. He found the lair not by sight, but by sound. The faint, exquisite strain of a violin playing a melody so full of longing, it was a physical ache. The room was a grotesque parody of a home, filled with furniture from forgotten productions, a bed shaped like a funeral bier, and everywhere, music. Sheets of it papered the walls, flowed across the floor. And then he saw him. Not a ghost, but a man. A tall, thin figure in a black coat, his face concealed by a white mask that covered all but one haunted, intelligent eye and a slice of tormented mouth. He turned, and the violin fell silent. "You have come to break the spell," the Phantom said, and his voice was not a whisper, but clear and rich, laced with an infinite sadness. "You see only the mask, the darkness. You cannot hear the music she and I make. It is the only truth." What followed was not a fight, but a tragedy in 3 parts. Carl, driven by a lover's righteousness, lunged. The Phantom moved with an uncanny, fluid grace, disarming him not with strength, but with a terrible, knowing precision. He spoke not to Carl, but past him, as if addressing the universe. He spoke of a life spent as a monster, of the cruelty of a world that worships beauty and has no language for the sublime that wears an ugly face. He spoke of Audra's voice as the first light he had ever seen, His words were more devastating than any violence. And then Audra arrived. She had followed, drawn by the same pull that now governed her life. She stood in the doorway, a vision in white against the consuming black. She looked at Carl, crumpled and furious on the floor. Then she looked at the phantom. For the first time, she did not hear his voice. She saw him. The man. The terrible, lonely truth of him. "Show me," she said, her own voice barely a whisper. No more masks. A silence heavier than the stone above them filled the room. Slowly, with a resignation that was worse than any defiance, the phantom raised his hands to the side of his face. He turned away from her, his shoulders hunched. There was a soft click. He let the mask fall to the floor. He did not turn back. Audra did not scream. She took a single, sharp breath, a sound like a soul being cut. She saw not a monster, but a devastation, a map of suffering etched in flesh. In that moment, the final boundary dissolved, the one between pity and love, between terror and compassion, between the angel and the beast. She took a step toward him, then another. She reached out a hand, not to touch his face, but to touch the sleeve of his coat, a gesture of unbearable connection. It was too much. For him, her compassion was a more profound weapon than Carl's pistol. It was a forgiveness he knew he could never deserve, a glimpse of a heaven that would forever be barred to him. He flinched away from her touch as if it were fire. A low, broken sound escaped him, the ruin of a sob. He looked at Carl, then back at Audra, his one visible eye a well of absolute despair. "Go," he rasped. "Take her, and forget. All of you. Forget." He vanished into a deeper darkness at the back of his lair, a mere folding of shadow into shadow. Carl scrambled up, pulling Audra away. She did not resist. She was a shell, her eyes fixed on the spot where he had disappeared, the echo of his shattered music filling her more completely than any song. Above, in the world of light, the explanation was simple. A disgruntled stagehand, a madman, a criminal who escaped justice. The directors, with profound relief, declared the mystery solved. The opera thrived. Audra's career blossomed, then, years later, faded into a respectable marriage to Carl. She never sang the lament of his soul again. She lived a long, comfortable life in that sun-drenched chateau, a perfect portrait of a saved woman. But sometimes, in the deep of the night, she would rise from her bed and stand by the window, listening to the silence, hearing in it a distant, haunting melody no one else could perceive. And in the labyrinth, the silence was total. Iris would go down sometimes, but the blankets remained unfolded, the bowls of stew untouched. The only sign that he had ever existed was a single sheet of music left on the organ. It was a duet, but the second voice's staff was empty, a series of haunting, unanswered rests waiting for a note that would never come. Years later, on a day when the Paris rain fell in a soft gray shroud, a man from the prefecture, not the pompous one, but a quieter, older inspector with eyes that had seen too many unsolvable things, made a final, unofficial visit. He stood at the edge of the underground lake, his lantern light skimming the black water. He had read the file, the chandelier, the notes, the missing Persian, the vanished phantom. He listened to the drip of water, smelled the wet stone, felt the cold seep into his bones. He thought of love that could only express itself as obsession, of genius that lived in deformity, of a boundary between worlds that once crossed could never be redrawn. He understood nothing, and in that understanding, he understood everything. He turned off his lantern. In the perfect, absolute darkness, he felt the line dissolve one final time. There was no above, no below, no ghost, no woman, no lover. Only the echo of a song that had ended in a silence more profound than any sound. He turned and walked away, his footsteps swallowed by the dark. He did not look back. He left the case, and all its beautiful, terrible, unanswered questions right there in the quiet where they belong. The rain continued its gentle assault on the city above, a sound that never reached the fifth cellar. The inspector's departure was the last human footfall those stones would feel for a very long time. Yet, the silence he left behind was not empty. It was a cultivated thing, a finished composition. It had weight, texture, a resonance of its own. The opera house, as if in sympathy, began to forget. New managers came, young and ambitious, who laughed at the old ghost stories over brandy. They renovated the lower lounges, bricked up an old well, and declared the building finally, thoroughly modern. The sandbags were replaced with counterweights of steel. The gas lights were ripped out in favor of blinding electric arcs that left no room for shadows. The world above grew brighter, louder, more assured. But the foundations, the old bones of the place, remember. Stagehands on late duty would sometimes freeze, a coil of rope in hand, certain they had heard a faint melodic hum vibrating through the pipes, a harmonic as natural as the building's own breath. It was always dismissed as the wind in the vents, or the distant rumble of the metro. Audra, Comtesse de Charny, lived her life as a beautiful, closed book. She raised children in the image of their father, fair and smiling and untouched by darkness. She presided over salons, her laughter a practiced, silver sound. Carl adored her, a quiet, persistent devotion that was both his penance and his privilege. He had saved her, and he never let himself forget it, even as he sensed a part of her had remained forever in the dark, a page torn out and kept elsewhere. On the eve of her 50th birthday, a package arrived at the chateau. It was wrapped in plain brown paper, tied with common string, and bore no postmark. It had simply appeared on the hall table. Inside was a small, flat box of polished rosewood. Her hands did not tremble as she opened it. They were perfectly still, as if carved from marble. Resting on a bed of faded black velvet was a single white mask. It was not the one he had worn. That had been a stark, porcelain blankness. This was a masterpiece of the mask maker's art, delicate, beautifully shaped, with a faint, sorrowful smile traced upon its lips. It was the face of the angel he had believed her to be. Beneath it lay a sheet of music. Not a duet this time, but a solo piece. The title was simply Pour la lumière, for the light. The notation was clean, elegant, and devastatingly simple. A child could play it. That night, long after the household slept, she took the music to the small piano in the west drawing room. The moon was full, washing the room in a cold blue radiance. She did not light a lamp. She placed the sheet on the stand, and her fingers found the keys. The melody that emerged was not one of grand tragedy or operatic passion. It was a lullaby, a slow, rising phrase of infinite tenderness, followed by a falling line of equally infinite regret. It was a goodbye, and a thank you, and an apology, all woven into a few spare bars. It was the sound of a soul releasing its only treasure back to the world. She played it once, perfectly. The last note hung in the moonlit air, and as it faded, she heard it. Not an echo, but an answer. A single, perfect, resonant note. A cello's low C, sustained somewhere in the depths of her own being, or in the memory of the stones far away in Paris. It was a note of resolution, of finality. She never played the piece again. She placed the mask and the music back in the box, and the next morning, without a word, she placed it on the hearth and let the fire take it. The flames consumed the rosewood, the velvet, the paper, turning the angel's face to ash. Carl, entering the room, saw the act and said nothing. He simply came and stood beside her, warming his hands at a fire that felt to him peculiarly cold. In the labyrinth, the final note had been struck. The organ was silent now, forever. The lake was still, a perfect black mirror showing nothing. But if one had been there, in that absolute dark, and had known how to listen beyond silence, one might have perceived a new quality to the emptiness. It was no longer the silence of absence, of yearning. It was the silence of completion. A story at last had reached its final rest. The line between worlds, once blurred and crossed and shattered, had finally healed. Not into a wall, but into a scar. And a scar, as any surgeon knows, is the strongest part of the skin. The years unspooled, a golden thread in the tapestry of a well-ordered life. The chateau's gardens grew more lavish, its reputation for gracious hospitality unchallenged. Audra became a patroness of the arts, endowing a scholarship for young singers at the conservatoire. She would listen to the aspirants with a polite, distant smile, her critiques always kind, always generic. More feeling, she would say, or think of the light in the phrase. The students adored her, this beautiful, serene relic of a bygone age, never guessing that her advice spoke of a specific vanished light, a feeling so profound it had cauterized her own capacity for it. Carl died on a crisp autumn day, holding her hand. His last words were, "You are safe, my dear." She kissed his forehead, dry-eyed, and thought it was the truest thing he had ever said to her. She was safe, encased. The children, grown and scattered, urged her to move to Paris, to be closer to the world. She declined. The quiet of the chateau was her element now, a vast and echoing bell jar. It was a young journalist who shattered it. He came with a letter of introduction from her son, full of enthusiasm for a biography he wished to write. Audra de Chagny, the phantom's muse and the triumph of light over darkness. He was a modern young man, sleek and skeptical, treating the old legend as a charming bit of folklore to be dissected and merchandised. She received him in the drawing room, the very room where she had burned the box. He talked of angles and public fascination, of renewed interest in the opera's history. He had, he said with a flourish, even obtained copies of some original documents from the manager's archives. He laid them on the table between them. A demand note for a monthly salary, a sketch for a trapdoor mechanism, and then a sheet of music, photocopied and blurry, but unmistakable. The opening bars of the Lament of Isolde. "Imagine," the young man said, his voice bright with ambition, "the chapter where we contrast his obsession with the Comte's devotion. The dark genius versus the noble heart. It's a perfect metaphor." Audra looked at the photocopied notes. They were dead things, ink on paper. But in her mind, they awoke the living sound, the vibration that had once seemed to come from the walls of her very soul. She saw not a metaphor, but a man in a mask of agony, offering her the only beautiful thing he had ever created. "You misunderstand," she said, her voice quiet but clear in the sunlit room. It was not a battle between dark and light. It was a conversation. "And the heart you speak of?" She paused, looking out at the gardens where Carl had once planned her future. "Some hearts are simple rooms. Others are labyrinths. You cannot compare them." The journalist blinked, his narrative faltering. "But surely, madame, you were terrified. You were a victim." For the first time in decades, a genuine and calculated emotion touched her face. It was a profound weariness. "I was a participant," she corrected him gently, "and I am tired of being a symbol in other people's stories. You will have to write your book without me." After he left, dismissed and confused, the silence of the chateau changed. It was no longer a sanctuary, but a vault. The echo she had carried for a lifetime, that distant melody in her mind, had been given form by the sight of those notes and had now curdled into something else, a question. What had happened to the music after the final note? Not the music on paper, but the music of him, the genius, the torment, the love that was so vast it could only express itself as possession? That night, she dreamed not of the labyrinth, but of the lake. She was standing on its shore, not in fear, but in a state of quiet readiness. The black water was still. Then, from its depths, a shape began to rise. Not a monster, but a grand piano, its lacquer gleaming like a wet stone. It rose until it sat upon the water, solid and real. The lid was closed. She knew, with the certainty of dreams, that she was to open it. She woke with a start, her heart pounding a strange syncopated rhythm. The moon was again full. She went to the window, and the landscape below seemed unfamiliar, the shadows too deep, the light too clinical. The scar that had held her life together, that strongly healed tissue between her two worlds, had begun to ache. She knew then that the story was not a scar, but a wound that had merely been waiting. A conversation, once interrupted, that demanded an ending. Not his ending, which had been a disappearance into silence, but hers. She had lived the life of the rescued. The angel of music returned to the light. But she had never given her answer to the final, unanswered rest in that duet. She had only ever been the reply to his call. The decision was calm, and it carried the weight of 50 years of silence. She would not go to Paris. She would not descend into any cellar. She would answer the only way she could now. She wrote a single letter to the director of the Paris Opera, a man she had never met. She enclosed a sizable donation and a simple, specific request. On the night of the autumnal equinox, the program was to be altered. In the middle of the second act of whatever was playing, the lights were to be lowered to a single, soft spotlight on the empty stage. And then, for 1 minute, the orchestra was to play nothing. Not a note. A full, intentional, 60-second silence, dedicated to the memory of all the music that is never written, and all the artists who remain unseen. The director, baffled but beholden to the donation, agreed. On the appointed night, Audra sat alone in her drawing room in the chateau, hundreds of miles away. She did not try to listen across the distance. She simply sat in her own silence, which was now a focused, attentive instrument. She thought of a boy in a fair, of an architect's secret, of a face that was a map of suffering. She thought of a voice that had understood hers perfectly. She offered no forgiveness, for that had been offered long ago and had been refused. She offered no pity. She offered, finally, the only thing she had left that was truly hers, her understanding. In the Opera Garnier, the conductor, rolling his eyes at the eccentricity of wealthy patrons, lowered his baton. The bustling, whispering audience fell into a puzzled hush as the lights dimmed to that single lonely pool of light on the velvet curtain. The silence began. It was awkward at first, a void waiting to be filled with coughs and rustling programs. But as the seconds stretched, the vast, gilded auditorium began to work its own magic. The silence deepened, becoming a tangible presence. It pooled in the empty seats. It climbed the grand staircase. It seeped into the boxes where ghosts of applause still lingered. It was a silence of extraordinary quality, woven from the breath of 1,000 listeners, from the memory of every aria ever sung there. It was a listening silence, and in that silence, something settled. Not a sound, but a cessation of longing. A balance, fragile and perfect, between the light above and the dark below. A conversation at last, completed by a full and final rest. Audra, in her chair, felt it happen. A quiet click, as of a key turning in a lock far away. The faint, perpetual melody in the back of her mind, the one that had been the soundtrack of her life since girlhood, simply stopped. Not faded, stopped. The wound closed, not into a scar this time, but into whole skin. She let out a soft sigh, a breath she felt she had been holding for half a century. For the first time, the silence around her was just silence. It was neither a prison nor a connection. It was peace. She stood, her bones feeling lighter than they had in years, and walked to the window. The moon had moved, and the gardens were simply gardens again, beautiful and meaningless. She smiled, a small, private, real smile. Then she went upstairs to bed and slept dreamlessly until the sun, pure and uncomplicated, woke her. The sun felt different on her skin the next morning. It was merely warm, not laden with memory or contrast. The weight of being a symbol had lifted, leaving behind the simple, startling lightness of being only herself. The day proceeded with a mundane rhythm she found she could now appreciate. The clink of china, the rustle of the newspaper, the distant chatter of the gardener. It was all surface, and the surface, for the first time, was enough. Weeks turned into months, and the biography was published without her cooperation. It was a sensational, shallow thing, full of conjecture and melodrama. She received a copy, its cover embossed with a gaudy, weeping mask. She placed it unread on the fire, watching the flames gild the title before consuming it. The act felt final, a clearing of the last false artifact. Her patronage of the arts continued, but her advice to the young singers changed subtly. "Do not think of the light," she told a talented, intense soprano one afternoon. "Think of what the light falls upon. The object is more interesting than the illumination." The girl looked confused, but nodded. Audra knew the advice was useless to her. It was a truth that could only be earned, not taught. She began to take long, solitary walks in the woods beyond the chateau grounds, something she had never done before. Carl had always preferred the ordered paths of the garden. Here, the trees were dense, the light fractured and green. One afternoon, deep in a quiet grove, she came upon a small, moss-covered stone, nearly swallowed by ferns. It was unmarked, a mere geological fact. She sat on it, her hands folded in her lap, and listened. There were birds, the wind, the creak of branches. No music, hidden or otherwise. It was perfect. It was there, on that anonymous stone, that she realized the true nature of the gift he had given her. It was not fame, nor genius, nor even the destructive passion that had nearly claimed her. It was the counterpoint. His existence had been the deep, resonant bass note against which the entire melody of her life had been composed. Without that darkness, her light would have been flat, ordinary. He had made her extraordinary, not by his love, but by the sheer, terrible force of his need, which had acted as a crucible. She had emerged not just as a survivor, but as a woman who had known the full spectrum of feeling, from terror to transcendence. Carl had given her safety, stability, a life. But the phantom had given her a soul worth saving. This understanding brought no tears, no dramatic flourish. It was a quiet, geological shift within her. She stood, brushing the moss from her skirt, and walked back to the chateau. That evening, she instructed the staff to clear out the west drawing room. The piano, untouched for years, was donated to the village school. In its place, she had them bring in a large, comfortable armchair and a simple bookshelf. She began to read, not poetry or music, but history and botany and travelogues, subjects that spoke of the tangible, knowable world. The years softened her features into a map of calm. When her grandchildren visited, they knew her as a serene, slightly distant presence who told pleasant, ordinary stories and had a knack for finding four-leaf clovers in the grass. They felt no mystery about her, only a gentle, sun-warmed love. When she died, it was in her sleep, at the age of 87. The doctor called it a gentle heart failure. Her children found her in the morning, a book open on her lap, her face turned toward the window where the dawn was breaking, clear and pink over the fields. At her request, there was no grand funeral at the family crypt. She was buried in a small private ceremony in the chateau's orchard, under a young apple tree. The stone bore only her name and dates. There was no mention of the Comte, nor of the opera. It was a life, it implied, that needed no explanation. And in the opera cellars on that same day, a young, irreverent stagehand named Luke, exploring where he shouldn't, slipped past a rotten timber and found himself in a forgotten annex. His torch flickered over a vast, dusty space. In the center, shrouded in a mildewed tarp, was the shape of an organ. He pulled the cloth away in a cloud of dust, coughing. The keys were yellowed, the pipes a dull, corroded green. It was a ruin. But as he turned to leave, his elbow brushed against the keyboard. The note that came out was not a musical note. It was a dry, percussive thump, the sound of a dead thing. A puff of dust rose from the pipe, and then, from deep within the instrument, something sighed. Not a sound, but a movement of air, a final exhalation that had been trapped for decades. It stirred the dust on the floor into a tiny, swirling dance, then settled. Luke felt a sudden, profound chill, as if he had just walked through a shadow that no longer had a source. He backed out quickly, sealing the rotten timber behind him. He never spoke of it, not even to his drinking buddies. Some things he instinctively knew were not for stories. Above, the performance that night was a modern ballet, all sharp angles and a tonal score. It was a triumph. The applause was thunderous, the curtain calls many. The great chandelier, now wired with 1,000 electric bulbs, blazed with a fierce, unwavering light, leaving no corner of the auditorium untouched. It was magnificent. It was absolute. And in the perfect mathematical silence between the final curtain and the first sounds of the departing crowd, there was, for just an instant, a sense of equilibrium, symmetry, as if two great opposing chords, held in suspension for a lifetime, had finally resolved into a quiet unison note so deep it was felt rather than heard, vibrating in the stone, in the air, in the memory of the building itself. Then it was gone, and there was only the rustle of coats and the chatter of the crowd, flowing like a river toward the bright, waiting city. The apple tree over her grave blossomed with particular fervor the following spring, its branches heavy with a snow of white petals that then gave way to small, hard fruit. No one thought to connect it to the past. The chateau passed to a grandson with a fondness for modern art, who filled the rooms with bold, geometric sculptures. The west drawing room, with its comfortable chair, was painted a stark white. The shadows were banished. In the village, the old piano from the chateau gathered dust in the schoolhouse hall. Children banged on it during breaks, their small hands creating joyful, discordant noise. One afternoon, a little girl with a thoughtful frown picked out a sequence of notes. Not a tune she knew, but something that felt familiar in her fingers. A teacher, passing by, paused. It sounded, just for a second, like a fragment of something beautiful and sad. But the moment passed. The girl skipped away to play, and the echo died in the sunlit hall. The story, as stories do, continued to mutate. The journalist's book spawned a popular stage play, which then inspired a motion picture. The phantom was portrayed as a tragic, romantic demon, Audra as a trembling dove. These images, vivid and false, became more real than the truth. Tourists would sometimes find their way to the chateau gates, hoping for a glimpse of the phantom's muse. They were always turned away by polite staff, and they would depart slightly disappointed, having seen only a beautiful, ordinary estate. Deep beneath the opera, the annex discovered by the stagehand, Luke, was eventually sealed off by a cautious new manager after an engineer's report cited unsafe foundations. The space was filled with clean, poured concrete, a sterile and permanent solution. The organ, the tarp, the sigh of dust were entombed without ceremony. The lake, which had never truly been a lake, but a catchment for groundwater, was drained and paved over to make room for a new electrical substation, humming with efficient, invisible power. Yet on certain nights, when a particular opera is performed, one with a soaring soprano line or a certain melancholy woodwind phrase, an odd acoustic phenomenon occurs. In the upper balconies, where the cheap seats are, a listener might feel, rather than hear, a faint resonance, a harmonic that is not written in the score. It is the building itself, the stone and plaster, remembering a vibration it once knew. The old stagehands, the ones whose families have worked there for generations, have a word for it. They call it the building's memory. They do not say what it remembers. And in the chateau's orchard, the apple tree grows old and gnarled. Its fruit is tart and not much desired, but it blooms with relentless beauty every year. The gardener once suggested cutting it down, but the current owner, Audra's great-granddaughter, refused. She likes its stubborn persistence, its wildness in the midst of manicured lawns. Sometimes, on still autumn evenings when the fruit is ripe and the air is cool, a wind will sweep through the orchard, and a single apple will detach, falling not with a thud, but with a soft, musical tap against the earth. It is a sound that belongs to no instrument, a note in a private scale. Then the wind moves on, and the orchard is quiet, holding its breath until morning. Story 2. The first sound was not a sound at all, but the absence of one, a silence so profound it had a texture, like cold velvet. Then, within it, a faint, dry click. Then another, a pause. Then a third. It was the sound of a beetle trapped in a lampshade, or a fingernail tapping on glass from a great distance. Cameron lay perfectly still, listening to the metronome of his own fear. It was the grandfather clock in the hall, of course, the one he had bought at auction to lend the foyer a sense of inherited time. But in the deep well of 3 a.m, it did not sound like a clock. It sounded like a slow, patient mechanism counting down to something. He slid from the bed, the Egyptian cotton sheets slipping away without a rustle. Jessica slept on, a gentle mound beneath the duvet, her breath a soft tide. She believed she was married to Cameron Vale, art consultant, connoisseur, a man with a discreet family trust and a past spent in European galleries. She believed in the man who could identify a soutine brushstroke from across a room, who spoke of pigment and provenance with a weary, elegant authority. She did not know the boy, from a sun-bleached Arizona trailer park named Kyle Miller, whose only inheritance was a keen eye for human weakness and a talent for forgery that extended beyond canvas to the very fabric of a life. The hallway was a canyon of shadows. The clock's face glowed like a pallid moon, its brass pendulum slicing the dark with a relentless, hungry swipe. Tick, tock, dot. It was here, in this expensive silence of his own creation, that the past had found a way in. It had arrived not with a bang, but in the form of a single sheet of laid paper, slipped into a package of authenticating documents from a Basel auction house. A photocopy of a sketch, a frantic, angular study of a twisted tree. And in the corner, not a signature, but a tiny drawn symbol, a stylized EFF inside a circle. The mark of Frederick Tate, the dead artist, the ghost at the feast of Cameron's fortune. Fred had been real, a raw talent burning himself out with cheap gin and cheaper angst in a Williamsburg loft 20 years ago. Cameron, then Kyle, had been his sometime roommate, his full-time errand boy, his witness. He'd watched Fred paint, had learned the cadence of his wrist, the fury of his line. He'd also watched him die, choking on his own vomit in that filthy loft, a final, inglorious masterpiece of decay. No one had cared. The art world had not yet learned his name. Cameron had taught it to them. He had become the foremost authority on the lost genius Frederick Tate. He had discovered the trove of unknown works he and his accomplice Corey had painstakingly created over years, aging canvases with chemistry and cunning, weaving a false biography as rich and detailed as a tapestry. Gerald, the collector, had been their masterpiece, a man of old money and new passion, desperate for a legacy that was more than just a portfolio. Gerald had bought the myth, and then he had bought the paintings. He had built a wing of his Newport mansion to house them, a secular chapel to a saint invented by two grifters. Cameron's life, his beautiful, perfumed life with Jessica in their brownstone, was built on the foundation of that lie. And now the sketch. It was a real Fred, one of a handful of genuine pieces Cameron had kept as a primer for his forgeries. It had been in a locked portfolio in a storage unit, paid for under a name that no longer existed. Its existence here now was an impossibility that tasted of metal on his tongue. It was a message, a threat, a click in the silence. "It's a prank, a coincidence," Corey said the next day. They were in the back room of a nondescript framing shop Corey used as a front, the air thick with the smell of glue and pine dust. Corey was a pragmatist, a man who saw problems as knots to be cut. Somebody found it in a dumpster, recognized the style, tossed it in. It came from basil, intermixed with the Lot 42 papers. That's not a dumpster dive. That's surgical. Cameron's voice was low, a forced calm. He traced the edge of a mat cutter. "Someone knows. They're showing us they have access. To the storage, to the shipping manifests, to us." Corey lit a cigarette. The flare of the match, a tiny, violent explosion in the dim room. "So what's the ask?" "No ransom note, no demand. Just a ghost at the window." "That's worse," Cameron whispered. "An open question is a bottomless pit. You can fill it with every fear you own." The fear began to breathe, to take on form. It was in the way Gerald looked at him during the preview for the new Tate acquisition, a large, turbulent seascape Cameron had finished just last winter. Gerald's eyes, usually soft with reverence, were sharp, assessing. "The blue here," Gerald said, his finger hovering an inch from the paint. "It's so like the sketch that came with the basil documents. That peculiar, milky ultramarine. Almost a fingerprint, isn't it? The air in the gallery, always cool and climate-controlled, turned viscous." Cameron smiled, a slow, practiced curve of the lips. Fred was loyal to his pigments, even when he couldn't pay his rent. It's one of the through lines, a signature in the chemistry. "Yeah," Gerald said, not looking away from the painting. "A signature." At a dinner party that week, the art world friends became a chorus of veiled needles. A critic named Lorna, her mouth a scarlet wound, sipped her champagne and mused, "It's just so astonishing, the volume of work that keeps emerging. One imagines the poor man did nothing but paint and drink. He must have been a veritable factory." A dealer named Simon chuckled, or perhaps he had a very diligent ghost. The laughter was like breaking glass. Jessica, radiant emerald silk, squeezed Cameron's hand under the table, a gesture of solidarity that felt like a brand. He started to see the sketch everywhere, in the pattern of rain on the window, in the shadow of a tree branch against the wall. The click of the clock became the scratch of Fred's charcoal. He began to spend his nights not in bed, but in his study, a room Jessica never entered, a sanctum of deceit. He would take out the real Fred sketches, 3 of them, fragile as dried leaves. He would lay them beside his own forgeries. The difference was there, in a certain desperate energy in the line, a surrender to chaos that Cameron, for all his skill, could only mimic, never inhabit. He had mastered the hand, but not the heart. The heart had stopped in that loft, and Kyle Miller had been the only one to hear it. The pressure was a physical thing, a vice around his sternum. He found himself studying Jessica as if she were a stranger. The gentle trust in her eyes was a luxury he could no longer afford. It had become a vulnerability. What would she see if she looked past the suit, the cultured voice, the careful history? Would she see the ghost of the hungry boy, his fingers stained with paint he couldn't afford, standing over the body of a man whose only value was posthumous? The break came from an unexpected direction. A young, ferociously ambitious blogger, a vulture of the digital age, published a speculative piece titled "The Tate Enigma, Prolific Genius or Calculated Canon?" It cited anonymous sources who questioned the stylistic consistency of the later works. It mentioned a rumored cache of early sketches that didn't fit the established narrative. It did not name Cameron, but it pointed a skeletal finger directly at him. Gerald called, his voice a controlled tremor of ice. "We need to talk. In person, at the house. Bring everything. All the documentation, the provenance papers for every piece I own." This was not a request. It was a summons to a trial. Cameron stood in his study after the call, the phone cold in his hand. He looked at the real Fred sketches. They were no longer just evidence of a crime. They were the crime itself. They were the original sin. In that moment, the fear crystallized into a cold, clear plan. The open question needed to be closed. The ghost needed to be buried, once and for all. He called Corey. "It's time, the storage unit. We need to sterilize it." Corey understood. There was a long silence on the line, filled with the echo of their shared ruin. And then we give Gerald a different ghost. A thief. A rival collector. Someone who wanted to discredit the Tate legacy out of jealousy. We plant the seed and we let his own suspicion water it. But he knew it was more fragile than that. The blogger's words were out, replicating in the dark like spores. Suspicion, once airborne, was a pandemic. He needed a definitive end. The night before the meeting with Gerald, Cameron drove to the storage facility on the city's industrial edge. The unit was supposed to contain only empty frames and discarded canvases, a stage set for a painter's past. It also contained the few real Tate pieces, the tools of their trade, and a ledger, coded but damning. Corey was already there, a hulking shadow in the sickly yellow light of the overhead bulb. They worked quickly, stuffing the incriminating evidence into black contractor bags. The air was cold and smelled of concrete and dust. Cameron held the real sketches one last time. The twisted tree seemed to writhe under the fluorescent light. He saw Fred's hand, trembling with drink and vision, making these marks. He felt a pang that was not quite guilt, but a profound, weary recognition. They were both prisoners of this fiction. "We burn it all," Corey grunted, tying a bag. "No," Cameron said, his voice quiet. "Not all." He slipped the 3 sketches inside his coat, against his chest. "I'll handle these." Corey stared at him. "Sentiment? Now?" "Insurance," Cameron lied. The drive back was through a fine, freezing rain. The world was a smear of taillights and neon. He parked a few blocks from the brownstone, needing the walk. The cold air to scour his mind. He thought of Jessica, warm and asleep. He thought of the life he had built, a palace of crystal and lies. He could not let it shatter. He would walk into Gerald's mansion tomorrow and perform the greatest act of his life. He would be indignant, then wounded, then brilliantly persuasive. He would offer to submit the paintings to a new, rigorous battery of tests. He would sacrifice a minor piece, suggest a cautious reattribution, to prove his own scrupulous honesty. He would bend reality around Gerald until the man doubted his own eyes. He turned the corner onto his street. A figure stood under the street lamp across from his house. collar turned up against the rain. The man was looking directly at the brownstone's facade. He was slight, unfamiliar. But in his posture, in the tilt of his head, there was something that stopped the blood in Cameron's veins. It was an echo, a ghost of a posture from 20 years past. A way Fred had of standing, of holding his cigarette. Cameron's breath fogged in the air. The man turned, his face in shadow, and began to walk away, unhurried, dissolving into the mist between the pools of lamplight. It was impossible. Fred was dead. He had seen him dead. He had felt the cold skin. But what if? The thought, wild and cancerous, unfolded. What if it had been a mistake? A drunk, unconscious stupor mistaken for death? What if Kyle, terrified, had fled, and Fred had awakened, had disappeared into another life? And what if he had seen, over the years, the myth growing, the prices soaring, the name he abandoned being worshipped? What if he had decided to reclaim it, or to destroy it? Cameron stood frozen on the sidewalk, the rain needling his face. The sketches against his chest felt like they were burning through his clothes. The click of the clock was now a roar in his ears. The open question was no longer a pit. It was an abyss, and he was falling into it. He never made it to Gerald's the next day. Jessica found him in his study at dawn. He was sitting in his leather chair, facing the window. The 3 real Fred sketches were arranged on the desk before him. He was perfectly still, his eyes open, fixed on the gray light seeping into the sky. He did not respond to her voice, her touch. A doctor would later call it a fugue state, a severe dissociative episode brought on by extreme stress. A psychic break. The mystery of the Tate forgeries unraveled without him. Corey, under pressure, cracked. The ledger was found. The scandal was exquisite, a feast for the media. Gerald became a figure of pity and ridicule. The paintings were seized, the beautiful lies catalogued as evidence. Cameron Vale ceased to exist. Kyle Miller was a name in court documents, a photograph in the papers, a vacant-eyed man in a psychiatric facility. Jessica divorced him. Her love curdled into a bewildered, permanent hurt. She visited once, but the man who looked at her with no recognition was not the husband she knew. He was a shell, echoing with a single, silent sound. In the quiet common room of the institution, Cameron sits by a window. The world outside is a blur of green and sky. Sometimes, a nurse will point to a painting on the wall, a cheap, mass-produced print of a sailboat, and ask him what he sees. He looks, his eyes focusing for a fleeting second. He does not see brushstrokes or composition or color. He sees a storage unit, the smell of dust and guilt. He sees the slow swipe of a brass pendulum. He sees a figure under a street lamp, turning away. He sees the frantic, twisting lines of a tree that never existed, drawn by a hand that may or may not have died. The clues are all there, arranged in his mind like the sketches on his desk that final morning. The click, the sketch, the blue, the posture in the rain. They swirl and connect and break apart. He almost has it, the shape of the truth, the answer to the question that broke him. But just as the picture clarifies, just as the ghost's face begins to turn toward him in the light, his mind drifts. It is pulled away by the warmth of the sun on the back of his hand, by the distant sound of a lawnmower, by the simple, overwhelming scent of boiled potatoes from the kitchen. The case, his magnificent, terrible life's work, recedes. The mystery remains, vast and beautiful and unsolved, fading into a soft, perpetual white noise, like the sound of the sea inside a shell, or of a clock that has finally, mercifully, wound down. The new orderly had a quiet way of moving. He didn't clatter the med cart or whistle in the halls. He simply appeared, A presence at the periphery, dispensing paper cups of pills with a soft, professional efficiency. His name was Eli, according to his badge. He had a gaunt, thoughtful face and hands that were long-fingered and strangely clean. No trace of ink or stain. Cameron watched him from the chair by the window. The sunlight made a lattice on the floor, and he tracked the movement of dust motes through it. A silent, chaotic ballet. Eli pushed his cart to the next resident, an old man who mumbled about Normandy. As Eli leaned down to speak, the collar of his scrubs gaped slightly. On the pale skin just above the collarbone, a dark mark was visible. It was small, a blur from this distance, but its shape was a familiar stab in the fog. A circle, with something inside it. Cameron's breath hitched, a dry click in his throat. He looked away, out at the blur of green. Coincidence. A birthmark. A tattoo of a band he liked. The mind seeks patterns in the void, the doctor had said. It tries to make stories from the static. But the next day, when Eli brought his medication, Cameron spoke. His own voice was a rusted thing, unused. "You're new." Eli paused, his eyes meeting Cameron's. They were a pale, watery blue, but deep-set. "A few weeks now, Mr. Vale." The use of the name, the old name, was a small electric shock. No one here called him that. "Do you like art?" Cameron asked, the question emerging before he could shape it. Eli smiled, a faint, economical movement. "I appreciate the effort it takes, the patience, the layers." He held out the cup. Cameron took it, his fingers brushing Eli's. The skin was cool. As Eli turned to go, Cameron's eyes dropped to his hands again. On the side of his right index finger, just below the knuckle, was a faint, silvery scar. A small, crescent-shaped burn. The kind left by the splash of a welding spark, or the edge of a hot palette knife. The days became a new kind of clock. Cameron found himself waiting for the med cart, for the soft squeak of its wheels. He began to notice other things. The way Eli would sometimes pause before a framed print in the hall, his head tilting just so. The way he held a pen, not like a writer, but like a draftsman, lightly, near the tip. And the smell. When Eli leaned close, there was a scent beneath the institutional soap. A faint, sharp odor of turpentine and ozone. The past, which had become a formless white noise, began to recoalesce. It was no longer a movie playing in his head, but a presence in the room. The ghost was no longer under a street lamp. He was pushing a cart of antipsychotics. Cameron started to refuse his medication. He hid the pills under his tongue, spat them into the toilet. The fog in his mind began to thin, not to clarity, but to a sharp, jagged lucidity. The fear returned, but it was a clean, cold tool now. He watched Eli. He tracked his routines. One afternoon, during the hour in the walled garden, Cameron saw Eli sitting on a bench, ostensibly charting. On his knee was a small, spiral-bound sketchbook. His hand was moving, quick and sure. Not writing, drawing. Cameron walked over, his heart a hard drum against his ribs. He stood behind the bench, looking over Eli's shoulder. On the page was a sketch of the garden's old oak tree. But it wasn't a realistic rendering. The branches were twisted, agonized, clawing at the sky. The lines were frantic, angular, a controlled panic. It was the tree from the sketch. The tree Fred had drawn. Eli did not startle. He simply stopped, his hand hovering. He slowly closed the sketchbook. "You see it," Cameron said, his voice low and raw. "The way it fights itself." Eli looked up at him. The polite, vacant mask of the orderly was gone. In its place was an expression of weary, ancient knowing. "It's the only way it can be true," he said, his voice different now, stripped of its professional cadence. It was thinner, drier, with a buried rasp Cameron had heard only in memory, choked with gin and despair. "Frederick," Cameron breathed. Eli Fred stood up. He was shorter than Cameron remembered, the years having stooped him. "Kyle," he said. The name was a key, turning in a lock that had rusted shut. "You look like hell." The world tilted. The green grass, the high walls, the distant sound of a radio from an open window. All of it receded, leaving only the two of them in a bubble of terrible shared history. "You died. I saw you." "I was dying," Fred corrected, his pale eyes holding Cameron's. "You saw an opportunity. You took my wallet, my keys, and the 3 best sketches from my portfolio. You left me there. But I woke up. The ambulance came for the neighbor, saw my door ajar. They pumped my stomach." He gave a small, hollow laugh. "A second-rate end for a second-rate life. I disappeared. It wasn't hard. No one was looking for Frederick Tate. And you've been... what? Watching." The pieces were snapping together, forming a picture more horrifying than any phantom. The sketch, the basal papers, a reminder, a tap on the shoulder from the grave. Fred's smile was a grimace. "I've been close for years, working in museums, galleries, as a conservator's assistant, a framer. I watched you build my ghost. I watched you sell him. I learned from you, Kyle. I learned how to be invisible." "Why come here? Why now?" "The scandal was the end of the act, but it wasn't the end of you. You gotta check out. You gotta go quiet." Fred took a step closer, the scent of chemicals sharp around him. "I never got to go quiet. I've been screaming inside a vacuum for 20 years. You built a palace on my bones. I wanted to see what was left of the architect when the palace fell." He looked around the garden, at the orderly paths and trimmed hedges. "This is a different kind of prison. I thought it would feel more like justice." Cameron felt a hysterical laugh bubbling in his chest. "And does it?" Fred was silent for a long time. He looked at his own hands, at the scarred, stained fingers that had once held so much promise. "No," he said finally, the word full of a bottomless exhaustion. "It just feels like more time. And I am so very tired of time." A call came from across the lawn. "Ailey?" Phone call at the desk. The mask slipped back into place. The orderly's polite neutrality returned to his features. "I have to go," he said, his voice flattening back to its professional tone. He turned to walk away, then paused, looking back. "The blue, by the way. The milky ultramarine. You never got it right. You used a modern synthetic. I always cut mine with a trace of bone ash. It gives it that necrotic glow." "Dummy." He walked away, leaving Cameron standing under the twisted oak. The world rushed back in, loud and bright and unbearably real. The ghost had not come for vengeance or for reclamation. He had come for a witness. He had come to show Cameron that the forgery was complete. They had both become perfect copies of men who no longer existed. And in this sterile, sun-drenched garden, they were finally equally trapped. The following week, a different orderly brought the medication. A woman with a loud, cheerful voice. Cameron asked about Eli. She said he'd transferred to another facility, sudden-like. No forwarding. Cameron sat by the window. The dust motes danced their same chaotic dance. The mystery was solved. The ghost had a face, a voice, a smell. And yet, the click in his head did not stop. It grew louder, more insistent. Because Fred's appearance was not an ending. It was a new layer. A forgery of closure. He replayed every word. The bone ash in the blue. The years of watching. The scream in a vacuum. Fred had not wanted to expose him. The exposure had already happened. He had wanted Cameron to know that he knew, to be seen seeing. It was the final, cruelest brushstroke. And with that realization, a new and more terrifying question emerged. If Fred had been close for years, then he hadn't just watched. He had participated. He had guided. The Basil papers, the leaked rumors to the blogger, those were taps on the shoulder. But what about the rest? The provenance of a minor piece that had sealed a major sale. The whispered expertise that had authenticated a particularly difficult work to a hesitant collector. How much of Cameron's own success had been subtly, invisibly orchestrated by the very ghost he was fabricating? The palace was not just built on Fred's bones. Fred had been the unseen architect, laying bricks in the dark, ensuring the structure would be magnificent enough to make its eventual collapse an epic. He had not just let Cameron build the myth. He had helped him. He had nurtured his own forgery. The horror of this was absolute. It meant Cameron had never been in control. His genius, his cunning, his art, all of it had been a performance in a play written by the man he thought he had erased. He was not a creator. He was a character. The ultimate forgery was not the paintings. It was Cameron Vale himself. He stopped eating. The boiled potatoes tasted of ash. The green blur outside the window resolved, at times into the distinct, tortured shape of that tree. He began to draw on napkins, on the margins of newspapers, with a stolen pencil. He drew the tree. He drew the storage unit. He drew the street lamp. He drew Eli's hands. He drew until his fingers cramped, trying to find a line that was his own. A mark that belonged to Kyle Miller and not to the ghost of Frederick Tate or the fiction of Cameron Vale. One day, the doctor came in, holding a sheaf of these frantic drawings. "You're expressing yourself," the doctor said, smiling with cautious encouragement. "This is good. This is progress." Cameron looked at the drawings in the doctor's hands. He saw only Fred's style, refracted through his own panic. Even his breakdown was a derivative work. "There's a visitor for you," the doctor said. "And Mr. Gerald Tate. He's been persistent." Gerald, the ruined patron, the last thread. He was led to a private visiting room. Gerald sat at a small table, older, deflated, but with a hard, residual sharpness in his eyes. He looked at Cameron, and there was no pity there. Only a cold, forensic curiosity. "They tell me you're catatonic," Gerald said. "But they don't know you like I do. You're in there, scheming." Cameron said nothing. He focused on a water stain on the ceiling. "I've been doing my own research," Gerald continued, his voice low. "Since the trial. Since the humiliation. The blogger. The anonymous sources. I tracked one down. A conservator who worked briefly at the Institute in Basil. A quiet man. Excellent with pigments. He left suddenly, years ago. His name was Elias Finch. Eli died. Elias. Frederick Doughty. He vanished again after talking to me, Gerald said. But he left me with a theory. A fascinating, monstrous theory. That the forgeries were not just yours. That they were a collaboration across time. That the ghost was not just a subject, but a participant. He leaned forward. I don't care about the money anymore. I care about the art. Tell me, was any of it real? Was there a single genuine moment of beauty in any of it? Or was it all just a brilliant fraud? Cameron turned his head slowly. He met Gerald's desperate gaze. He saw in it the same hunger that had once been in his own eyes. The hunger for a truth that would make the story worthwhile. He thought of the real sketches against his chest that last night. He thought of the twisted tree, born from a real man's real anguish. He thought of the blue, mixed with bone ash, glowing with a necrotic light. The beauty was real. Cameron said, his voice a dry whisper. But it wasn't mine, and it wasn't his. It was the space between the lie and the truth. That's where we lived. That was the masterpiece. Gerald stared at him, searching for a confession, a punchline, a meaning. He found only a flat, exhausted certainty. He left, without another word, taking his unanswered question with him. Cameron was returned to his chair by the window. The sun was setting, casting long, distorted shadows across the lawn. The tree in the garden was just a tree again. The click in his head had finally stopped. In its place was a vast, silent understanding. He had been both the forger and the forged, the painter and the painting. And now, the canvas was blank. The clock had not just wound down, it had never existed. He watched the last light fade, and for the first time, he felt no urge to fill the emptiness with a single beautiful line. The silence after Gerald's departure was not the old fuzzy silence. It was crystalline and total. Cameron sat in it for days, unmoving, but inside, a final, quiet calculation was being made. The game was over. All the players had left the board. Only the board remained. He began to comply. He took his medication. He ate the bland food. He participated in group sessions, offering harmless, vacant answers. He was a model patient. The drawings stopped. The nurses noted the improvement with relief. The storm had passed, leaving a calm, flat sea. They granted him privileges. He could walk the garden path unaccompanied. He could use the library, a small room with donated paperbacks, and a single, outdated computer for patient use, monitored but not restricted. The screen glowed a pale blue in the dim room. One afternoon, he sat before it. His fingers, which had once mixed pigments and forged signatures, now hovered over the keys. He typed a name. Frederick Tate. The old articles appeared. The obituaries from decades past. Brief mentions in art scandal roundups. He typed another. Elias Finch. Nothing. A ghost. He typed his own name. Cameron Vale. The headlines screamed. The story was told and retold. He was a footnote in his own life. Then, almost without volition, his fingers typed a different query. A simple phrase. Bone ash ultramarine. The results were technical, historical. Recipes for early Renaissance pigments. The use of calcined bone as a stabilizer, a filler, a secret ingredient for depth. It was a known trick, but obscure, the kind of detail buried in a conservator's thesis or a master forger's notebook. He leaned back. The computer's fan whirred softly. Fred had told him he'd never gotten the blue right. But that wasn't the truth, was it? The truth was, Cameron had gotten it perfectly, brilliantly wrong. He had used a modern synthetic because that was the logical choice. The choice a clever forger would make. Fred, the true artist, the one who understood the soul of the color, would have used the anachronism, the bone ash. His correction in the garden was not a revelation of Cameron's failure. It was the final forgery, a lie told to make the liar feel the absence of truth more acutely. Cameron almost smiled. It was beautiful. Even in his revenge, Fred could not help but create a more perfect lie. He cleared the search history. He stood up. The path was clear now, not to an answer, but to an exit. Weeks passed. His good behavior earned him a day pass. A trial outing with a volunteer. The volunteer was a kindly older woman who talked about her garden. She took him to a park. He sat on a bench, watching real people live real, uncomplicated lives. On the way back, they passed an art supply store. The window was a riot of color. Tubes of paint, brushes, clean white canvases. "Would you like to go in?" the volunteer asked, her voice gentle, therapeutic. Cameron looked at the window. He felt nothing. No itch in his fingers. No pull toward the potential of the blank surface. The colors were just colors. The tools were just objects. The desire to use them, to make something, had been part of the fiction, and the fiction was over. "No," he said. "Thank you." The day passed became a weekly routine. He never asked to go to the art store again. He went to parks, to libraries, to coffee shops. He was a gray man in a gray coat, observing a world that had no need for ghosts or forgeries. One Tuesday, in a used bookstore, he found himself in the photography section. He pulled a heavy volume from the shelf. It was a collection of Walker Evans' work, the stark, truthful images from the Depression. He turned the pages. Here was a world documented. A crack in a wall. A worn face. A simple chair. There was no story imposed, only the fact of the thing itself. He bought the book with a small allowance he had accumulated. He took it back to his room at the facility. He did not read the text. He just looked at the pictures one by one, under the cool light of his bedside lamp. The next week on his outing, he went to a thrift store. He bought an old, cheap camera. A simple point-and-shoot that used film. He didn't know why. It felt like the opposite of everything he had ever done. He started taking pictures. Of the water stain on the visiting room ceiling. Of the pattern of the chain-link fence around the garden. Of the worn linoleum in the hall. He took a picture of the nurse's hand as she reached for a blood pressure cuff. He took a picture of his own reflection in the dark window at night. A pale oval floating in the blackness. He had the film developed at a 1-hour photo booth during an outing. The clerk handed him the envelope. He sat on a bench outside and pulled out the stack of glossy rectangles. They were not art. They were records. Blurry, poorly framed, often overexposed. But they were true. They were evidence of a world that existed without his interpretation. The crack in the wall was just a crack. His face was just a face. He slipped the photos into the back of the Walker Evans book. He put the book on his shelf. He did not show them to anyone. Sometimes at night, he would take the book down and look at his own photos, interspersed with the master's. The contrast was absurd, laughable, and yet it held a peace he had never known. He had spent a lifetime creating evidence for a lie. Now he collected evidence for a simple, unremarkable fact. He was here. He heard, through the vague institutional gossip, that Gerald Tate had died. A quiet death, far from the art world. The obituary was brief. There was no mention of forgeries or scandals. Cameron put the newspaper down. He felt a faint, distant pang, like an old surgery scar aching in the rain. Then it passed. The seasons turned. Another year bled away. One morning, a new doctor, young and earnest, reviewed his file. "You've made remarkable progress, Mr. Miller," he said. "We're discussing a transition to a supported living facility, a small apartment. More independence." Cameron nodded. It was neither a reward nor a threat. It was simply the next thing. The day he was to be discharged, he packed his few belongings. The clothes Jessica had sent long ago. The Walker Evans book. He left the cheap camera on the shelf. He didn't need it anymore. A staff member drove him to a quiet brick building on the outskirts of the city. His apartment was on the ground floor. It had a window that looked out onto a small concrete patio and a strip of grass. It was clean and empty. He unpacked. He put the book on a bare table. He sat in the chair by the window and watched the light move across the grass. Later, he would go to the grocery store. He would buy milk and bread and coffee. He would learn the bus schedule. He would become a person who existed in the world. A person with a history that led to this quiet, unadorned room. But for now, he just sat. The silence in the apartment was his own. It was not the silence of a mystery unsolved or a lie exposed. It was the silence of a page after the story has ended. Empty. True. Wow. And finally, his Story 3. The hotel room door was ajar, just a sliver, a dark vertical seam in the beige wall. Joan stood before it, her rolling suitcase silent on the plush corridor carpet, and knew it was the angle, the specific degree of openness. She always closed it fully, hearing the solid thunk of the bolt, a ritual of temporary safety. This was a breath-width open, an invitation or a violation. The hair on her arms lifted, not from the conditioned air, but from the silent shout of wrongness that emanated from that thin line of shadow. She pushed it slowly. The room was as she'd left it that morning for her Lisbon turn, the bed crisply made by housekeeping, the curtains drawn against the Los Angeles afternoon glare, the faint scent of lemon disinfectant and stale coffee. But the air was different. It held a lingering trace of cold cigarette smoke and something else, something animal and anxious, like the smell of a subway platform at midnight. Her eyes scanned. The desk chair was angled slightly away from the desk. The complimentary notepad by the phone had a faint, greasy smudge near its corner. And on the carpet, near the closet, a single tiny fleck of dried mud, brown and alien, against the gray-blue weave. Someone had stood there, waiting, looking through her things. They had been careful, but not careful enough. They had left the impression of their presence in the negative space, in the quiet disturbance of ordinary things. This was Aiden's signature. Not a note, not a call. A quiet invasion. A reminder that the walls she lived within were made of paper, and he could step through them any time he liked. The money was in the suitcase, of course. $40,000. Small bills, tucked into zippered compartments of her toiletries bag, wrapped in stockings, pressed flat inside the pages of a thick paperback. Dirty money, smelling of panic and cheap perfume. Money that had passed through too many hands on its way from wherever Aiden's operations bled profit. Her job was to carry it from point A to point B, a human bloodstream moving a clot of corruption. The fee was good, terrifyingly good. It paid for her mother's private care facility, for the silence of certain debts. But the cost was this: the open door, the watched life, the constant metallic taste of fear on her tongue. She didn't touch anything. She wheeled her suitcase into the bathroom, locked that door, and sat on the lid of the toilet. The sound of her own breathing was loud in the tiled space. She counted backwards from 100, a flight attendant's trick for calming nervous passengers during turbulence. At 73, the hotel phone rang. The sound was a shriek in the silent room. She let it ring. On the 9th ring, it stopped. A moment later, her personal cell buzzed in her purse. Unknown number. "You're home," the voice said. It was Aiden. He never said hello. "My door was open. A courtesy. I wanted to make sure you hadn't left anything behind. Anything important." His voice was a dry rustle, like pages turning in an old ledger. "It's all here," she said, her eyes on the closed bathroom door. "The usual drop. Tonight, 9. He paused. She could hear him breathing, could almost see him in one of his sparse, anonymous offices. A man who owned nothing and controlled everything. "There's a new face. Don't be alarmed. Just a friend making sure things stay smooth." The line went dead. Joan placed the phone on the edge of the sink and looked at her reflection in the mirror. The face that looked back was pleasant, unremarkable. The face of someone who brought you a pillow and a smile at 30,000 feet. It was a mask she had polished to a high shine. Behind it, the gears turned, cold and precise. Aiden was tightening the screws. The new face was a minder, a babysitter. The open door was a message. "Your sanctuary is mine." The game was changing, tilting from risky employment into outright entrapment. She could feel the walls of the maze closing in. To survive a maze, you have to become something else. You have to become the Minotaur, or the architect. The drop was at a self-storage facility in Sylmar, a place that hummed under the freeway's constant roar. The unit was rented under a false name, one of dozens Aiden used. The new face was a kid, really, with nervous eyes and a bulky jacket too warm for the evening. He stood under a flickering sodium light, moths dancing around his head like a troubled halo. He took the suitcase from her, his fingers brushing hers. They were damp. "Hey, says you're solid," the kid said, as if trying to convince himself. "Does he?" Joan replied, her voice flat. She didn't move to leave. She let the silence stretch, watching him. He shifted his weight. "You seem jumpy. First time?" "Something like that." He glanced over his shoulder at the long, dark corridor of roll-up doors. "It gets easier," she said, and offered a small, weary smile. The smile of a veteran. The not sleeping, the looking over your shoulder. It just becomes the weather. She took a step closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "You know he's testing you, right? The open door today. That was for me, but it's a lesson for you, too. He owns the air you breathe. Remember that." She saw the fear flash in his eyes, genuine and deep. She had planted a seed. In this world, fear was a currency, and she was learning to mint it. She turned and walked away, her heels clicking a steady, unhurried rhythm on the concrete. She didn't look back. She knew he was watching her, and she knew the image she left. A woman resigned, a cog in the machine. It was the last time she would ever appear so harmless. The federal agents came for her 2 days later, in the crew parking lot at Lake Stoy. They emerged from a gray sedan as she was loading her flight bag into her own sensible car. They moved with a calm, terrifying authority, cutting through the fog that rolled in from the runways. One was tall and lean, with the face of a tired professor. The other was shorter, harder, with eyes that missed nothing. "Joan Archer, we'd like to talk." Somewhere less damp, the tall one flashed a badge. His name was Hollis. The shorter one was Dern. They took her to a featureless room in a federal building that smelled of old coffee and industrial cleaner. They didn't arrest her. They laid photographs on the table between them. Pictures of her entering the storage facility. Pictures of the kid whose name was Leo. Pictures of Aiden, taken from a distance, his face a pale moon under a street lamp. They knew the routes, the amounts, the pattern. They had been watching for months. "You're a small fish in a very dirty pond, Joan," Hollis said, his voice almost sympathetic. "But you're a fish with a perfect view. Aiden Cruz is a ghost. We can't get near him. But you're in the belly of the beast." "I know. We can put you away for a long, long time," Dern added, his tone a blunt instrument. "Or you can help us make a case that sticks. Your choice." The choice was no choice at all. It was a different set of walls. They wanted her to wear a wire, to keep making the drops, to gather evidence. They would protect her, they said. Joan listened, her hands folded neatly on the table, her face a mask of frightened compliance. Inside, she was ice. They saw a pawn to be moved. She saw the board from above. They offered her a way out that led deeper in. She began to see a third path, a narrow, dangerous ledge between the law and the lawless. She needed an ally, someone outside both circles, someone with a specific skill set and a flexible morality. She remembered Joaquin. He was a bail bondsman with an office in a sun-bleached strip mall in Burbank. She had met him years ago, when a cousin had gotten into trouble. Joaquin had been weary, cynical, but there had been a flicker in his eyes when he looked at her, not of lust, but of recognition. He saw the strain, the quiet desperation holding her together. He had been kind in a grudging, no-nonsense way. He was a man who understood the price of freedom. She went to him at closing time. His office was a time capsule. Vinyl chairs, a wooden desk littered with paperwork, the persistent smell of cigar smoke embedded in the curtains. He was on the phone, his voice a gravelly rumble. When he saw her, he paused, then finished his call. He didn't look surprised. "You look like you've seen a ghost," he said, lighting a cigarillo. "I'm about to become one," she said, and she told him everything. Not as a plea, but as a proposition. The feds, Aiden, the money. She laid it out like a hand of cards. She needed a banker, a launderer, someone who could make dirty money vanish and clean money appear, not through complex digital schemes, but through the old gritty channels of his world. Bonds, property lines, forgotten assets. She needed to skim from the drops, a little at a time, building a fund Aiden wouldn't miss and the feds wouldn't see. An escape fund. Joaquin listened, his face impassive. He looked out the window at the neon sign of a donut shop flickering to life in the dusk. "You're talking about walking a tightrope over a shark tank," he said finally, with guys on both sides shaking the wire. "I know. Why come to me? You think I'm that desperate for business?" "I came to you because you're not desperate. You're bored, and you're honest in your own dishonest way." She met his gaze. "And because you looked at me once like you saw the person behind the smile. No one has looked at me like that in a very long time." He was silent for a long minute, the smoke curling around his head like thought. "What's the end game, Joan? You can't run forever." "I don't intend to run," she said, her voice low and steady. "I intend to make them destroy each other, and I intend to walk away in the confusion." A slow, weary smile touched Joaquin's lips. It was the smile of a man who had long stopped believing in miracles, but was suddenly intrigued by the mechanics of an illusion. "All right," he sighed. "Let's talk logistics." The plan was a fragile, beautiful thing. Joan would continue her runs for Aiden, wearing the wire for Hollis and Dern. But with Joaquin's help, she would divert small amounts, never from the principal, always from the supposed expenses. Money for safe houses, for bribes, money that was fluid and poorly accounted for. Joaquin would funnel it, cool it, and transform it into a legitimate bond for a fictitious person, held in a secure box only she could access. Simultaneously, she would feed the feds just enough to keep them hungry. Snippets of conversation, locations, names of low-level players like Leo Bradlaugh. She would be the needle threading 3 pieces of fabric, and with any mistake, she would be the one torn apart. The tension became a physical atmosphere she carried with her. The world took on a hyper-real clarity. The hum of an aircraft cabin was the sound of her own strained nerves. The smell of jet fuel was the scent of imminent combustion. Aiden's paranoia grew. The drops became more erratic, the locations more desolate. An empty car wash in the valley, a closed-down drive-in theater, a boat shed reeking of fish and diesel. His men watched her with flat, reptilian eyes. Leo, the nervous kid, was replaced by harder, quieter men. The feds grew impatient. Hollis's professorial calm began to fray. "We need something on Cruz himself, Joan, not his errand boys. We need him talking about the source, the distribution. You need to get him to meet you." She knew pushing Aiden for a meeting was suicide, but she also saw the pressure as a tool. She began a subtler game. During her wired conversations with Aiden's men, she would let slip, always hesitantly, that she felt watched, that she'd seen strange cars, that the feds had pulled her over once for a broken taillight and asked odd questions. She planted the idea that her pipeline was compromised, not by her, but by external forces. She was painting a target on the federal investigation itself, inviting Aiden to look through her eyes and see his real enemies. The climax was orchestrated in a place of stark, surreal silence, the Salton Sea, at the crumbling, bone-white pier of a forgotten resort. The air stank of salt and decay. The water was a sickly green under a bruised twilight sky. Aiden had demanded the meeting. The feds, frantic for a breakthrough, had pushed her to agree. They swarmed the area, hidden in the shells of abandoned trailers, their binoculars trained on the pier. Joan wore the wire under her blouse, a tiny, cold disc against her skin. Joaquin was 40 miles away, in his office, waiting for a call that would mean either success or disaster. Aiden arrived alone, a solitary figure in a dark suit, walking slowly down the splintered boards. He carried no suitcase. He looked at her, and his eyes were empty of everything but a cold, calculating curiosity. "You've been busy, Joan," he said. His voice was almost lost in the wind whipping across the water. "I've been doing what you asked. Have you?" He took a step closer. "There's a smell around you lately. A copper smell, like pennies, like cops." He was inches from her now. She could see the pores of his skin, the faint tremor in his left hand. He was not calm. He was a bomb. "They're here, aren't they?" Her heart was a frantic bird in her chest. This was the moment. The wire was live. Hollis and Dern were listening. She had to choose her words like choosing steps across a minefield. "I think they've been following me," she whispered, letting real terror into her voice. "I think they're using me to get to you." "I know they are," Aiden said, and his hand shot out, not to hit her, but to rip open the top buttons of her blouse. The wire was exposed, a tiny, ugly beetle on her skin. He didn't look surprised. He looked vindicated. He leaned close, his lips almost touching her ear, and spoke not to her, but to the microphone. "Hello, gentlemen. I have a proposition. Your asset is now my asset. You pull back, you call off your dogs, or I start sending you pieces of her, starting with this." He yanked the wire free, held it for a moment, then dropped it into the toxic water. It was the signal, but not for the feds. Aiden's men, who had been hiding not in the trailers, but in a derelict boat submerged in the shallow water, emerged, silent and dripping. They weren't there to kill her. They were there to take her. At the same moment, the federal agents, seeing their operation blown, erupted from their hiding places, shouting, weapons drawn. The scene exploded into noise and chaos, and Joan moved. She had worn flats. She had memorized the pier, every rotten board. As Aiden turned to bark orders at his men, she dropped low and shoved him with all her strength. Not towards the agents, but towards the edge of the pier. He stumbled, arms wheeling, and fell backwards into the green, foul water. A gunshot cracked the air. Then, another. Aiden's men and the feds were now shooting at each other. A frantic, blind exchange in the gathering dark. Joan did not run down the pier. She rolled off the side into the salty, stinking water and submerged. She swam, not for shore, but along the line of the pier, staying in its shadow. She surfaced, gasping behind the rusted skeleton of a piling. The gunfire was sporadic now, shouts of pain and confusion echoing over the water. She saw flashing lights in the distance, coming closer. Police. Back up. Chaos. She pulled herself onto the shore, 100 yards away. Soaked, shivering, the smell of the sea clinging to her like a second skin. A prearranged car, an old anonymous sedan procured by Joaquin, was waiting exactly where he said it would be, keys under the mat. She drove without headlights until she was on the highway, putting miles between herself and the bloody conclusion of 2 wars. She never learned who lived and who died that night. The news reported a major law enforcement operation at the Salton Sea, a shootout with members of a transnational criminal organization. Several fatalities. No names were released. Aiden Cruz vanished from his known haunts. He was presumed dead or fled. The case for the public was closed. Joan Archer vanished too. The money Joaquin had safeguarded was enough, not for luxury, but for silence. He met her one last time, at a roadside diner in the desert just before dawn. He handed her a new driver's license, a passport, a birth certificate. The documents felt heavy, real. "You played a hell of a game," he said, stirring his coffee. "It wasn't a game," she said. "No," he agreed. "It never is." He pushed a final envelope across the table. "A little extra, for the road." She didn't open it. She knew what it contained. Not just money, but a piece of his own guarded trust. "Thank you, Joaquin." He nodded, looking out at the purple horizon. "Don't look back, Joan. Whatever you do, don't ever look back." Hollis and Dern came looking for her, of course. They went to her empty apartment, to her mother's care home, where a generous anonymous donation had just been made to ensure perpetual care. To the airline. They found nothing. She was a ghost. They suspected, but they could never prove, that she had manipulated the final confrontation, that she had walked away from the wreckage of their case and Aiden's empire. It ate at Hollis, the academic neatness of it all. The loose ends were all tied up, but tied up by an invisible hand. A month after the Salton Sea, Dern found a file on his desk. It was Joan's personnel file from the airline. Inside, clipped to a photograph of her smiling, competent face, was a single, crisp $100 bill due. There was no note. It was a signature. It was a kiss-off. It was a whisper in the dark. Dern showed it to Hollis. They stood in their featureless office, the hum of the city a dull roar outside. Hollis took the bill, held it up to the fluorescent light, then put it back in the file. He closed the folder with a soft, final sound. "Close it," he said, his voice hollow. "Mark it exceptionally cleared." He walked to the window, hands in his pockets, watching the endless flow of traffic below, a river of anonymous lives. He had hunted a ghost and been outmaneuvered by a shadow. The case was a void, a black hole that had swallowed answers, victims, perpetrators, and a quiet woman who served coffee at 30,000 feet. Later that day, Hollis left the office early. He drove without destination, finally stopping at a lookout point above the city. The sun was setting, painting the basin in smoggy oranges and purples. He thought of Joan Archer, of the precise, ruthless architecture of her escape. She had not just run, she had dissolved, leaving only a perfect, unsettling silence in her wake. She had understood the fundamental truth. In a world of predators and pawns, the only way to win is to cease to be a piece on the board altogether. He got back in his car. He did not drive to his tidy, empty house. Instead, he drove down into the glittering maze of the city, and he kept driving, turning down streets he didn't know, letting the night absorb him. He turned off his phone. He left the case, and its unanswered, haunting questions behind him in the darkening hills. He never spoke of it again. Some mysteries are not puzzles to be solved, but depths to be acknowledged, and then, with a quiet, respectful dread, avoided. He just walked away, and this time, he did not look back. The new identity was a tight fit, like a dress bought a size too small. It pinched at the corners of her consciousness. She was now Lena, with a history of clerical work and a quiet life in a city she'd never visited. She chose Spokane for its gray anonymity, for the way the pine trees pressed close, and the streets didn't feel like they were watching. She rented a small apartment above a bookstore that smelled of old paper and dust. The money from Joaquin was frugally managed, a slow drip that would last for years if she was careful. She got a job at a print shop, operating a large, rumbling machine that ate paper and spat out flyers for local businesses. The mechanical rhythm was a balm. It required no conversation, no performance beyond competence. She wore her new name like a borrowed coat, waiting for the day it would mold to her shape. But the quiet was a different kind of tension. The silence in her apartment was not peaceful. It was expectant. Every creak of the floorboards was a footstep. Every car that idled too long outside was a surveillance detail. She slept with a kitchen knife under her mattress and kept a packed bag in the closet. Paranoia, she had told Leo. becomes the weather. She had been right. A permanent, low-pressure system had settled inside her. She avoided the news, but the world seeped in. On a coffee break at the print shop, a discarded newspaper left on the counter had a small follow-up article buried on page 6. Salton Sea shootout tied to larger probe, the headline read. It mentioned ongoing investigations and persons of interest remaining at large. The words were vague, but they were a tremor in her carefully constructed ground. She balled the paper up and shoved it deep into the recycling bin. She thought of Joaquin sometimes, wondering if he'd been visited, if his gruff loyalty had held. She thought of Hollis and his tired eyes, of Dern's blunt certainty. They were shadows in her periphery, permanent fixtures in her mental landscape. Aiden was a darker shadow, a shape she could not define. Was he at the bottom of that foul sea? Or was he, like her, breathing different air under a different name? The not knowing was a toothache she learned to ignore. The only thing that felt real was the memory of her mother's face, the soft, confused smile in the care home. The anonymous donations continued, routed through a labyrinth of trusts Joaquin had established. It was the one thread connecting Joan to Lena, a single, unbreakable line of love and guilt. She allowed herself one call a month, using a prepaid phone from a different payphone each time. She would listen to the nurse's cheerful updates, her mother's faint, querulous voice in the background, asking who was on the line. She never spoke. She just listened, then hung up, the receiver slick in her trembling hand. Months bled into a year. The sharp edges of fear began to soften, worn down by the sheer monotony of safety. She made no friends, but she became a familiar, polite ghost at the grocery store and the library. She started reading again, losing herself in sprawling historical novels where the problems were grand and simple, and resolutions were earned or tragic. She began to think in her most secret heart that perhaps the ledge she walked was stable. Perhaps she had reached the other side. The mistake was a small one, a moment of lowered guard. It was at a farmer's market on a bright, crisp Saturday. She was buying apples, her head down, when a man bumped into her, sending her bag tumbling. "Oh, geez, I'm so sorry," he said, his voice warm and apologetic. He was her age, with kind eyes and a beard just starting to gray. He helped her gather the fruit, his hands brushing hers. "You're Lena, right? From the print shop? I'm Paul. I own the bike shop down on Maple." She froze, a cold spike driving into her chest. She had been seen, recognized, connected. She managed to nod, a tight smile. "Yes, thank you. Tough crowd, these apple enthusiasts," he joked easily. "Listen, a few of us are getting together for a trivia night at the pub next Thursday. You should come. Be good to get out." It was a normal, friendly offer, a thread of connection offered by the world. To anyone else, it was nothing. To her, it was a flashbulb, a spotlight, a path that could be followed. She looked at Paul's open, expectant face and saw a doorway, and in the darkness beyond it, all the shapes she had run from. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "I can't." She turned and walked away, leaving the apples on the ground. She walked quickly at first, then broke into a run, not stopping until she was back in her apartment. The door locked and bolted behind her. She slid to the floor, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The weather inside her had broken. The storm was back. He was just a nice man. He was just a nice man. She repeated it like a mantra, but it wouldn't stick. In her mind, he was already a vector, a point of entry. If Paul knew her, others could. If she went to trivia night, she would be remembered. A pattern would form. A shape would emerge from the gray. That night, she took the bag from the closet. She counted the remaining money. She looked at the passport on the table. Lena's solemn, unfamiliar face staring back. It was still a good identity. It was still safe. But Spokane was now contaminated. Paul's friendly smile had painted a target on it. She knew what she had to do. It was the only thing she knew how to do. She would disappear again. Not because she had been found, but because the possibility of being found was now a seed in her mind, and it would grow, twisting through her every day, poisoning the quiet. As she packed, methodically without panic, she understood the true cost of her victory at the Salton Sea. She had not bought her freedom. She had bought a lifetime of departures. There was no destination, only the journey away. She was not a person anymore. She was a reaction, a perpetual motion machine fueled by fear. Just before dawn, she loaded the car. She took one last look at the apartment, at the small, sad life of Lena that she was about to abandon. She felt a pang, not for the life, but for the idea of it, the dream of stillness. She got in the car and started the engine. The sky was lightening to a pale, watery blue over the eastern hills. She pulled out onto the empty street, heading for the interstate. She would drive until she found another gray city, another print shop, another name. She would do it as many times as she had to. Joan Archer was gone. Lena was about to be gone. The woman who remained, hands steady on the wheel, eyes fixed on the road ahead, was a creature of pure momentum. She did not look in the rear-view mirror. She had stopped looking back a long time ago. The only direction left was forward, into the next unknown, a silhouette dissolving into the morning mist. The interstate unfidled before her, a gray ribbon through the endless green of pine and fir. She drove for 8 hours, the rhythm of the road a narcotic. She crossed into Montana, the sky opening up into a vast, unforgiving blue. She stopped for gas in a town that was little more than a truck stop and a diner. Inside, over a cup of bitter coffee, she spread a road atlas on the sticky table. Her finger traced a route north, toward the Canadian border. Not to cross it, not yet, but to get lost in the spaces between. She paid in cash. The waitress called her honorable. The anonymity was a relief so profound it felt like pain. That night, she slept in the car at a rest stop, curled under a blanket, listening to the moan of trucks downshifting on the grade. She dreamed of the Salton Sea, of the green water closing over Aiden's head. But in the dream, he didn't struggle. He opened his eyes and smiled, and then he was Paul from the bike shop, offering her a hand up from the pier. She woke with a start, her heart hammering against her ribs. The dream's logic was impeccable. Every face would eventually become another face. Every kindness a potential threat. She found a new city a week later. Billings, Dosh. It had a hard, practical edge, a place people came to work, not to put down roots. She used the Lena documents to rent a furnished studio apartment near the rail yards. The rumble of trains became her new white noise. She got a job at a copy center inside a large office supply store. It was the same work, different machine. She kept her head down. But the encounter with Paul had changed the calculus. Before, she had been hiding from pursuers. Now, she understood she was also hiding from connection. The two were intertwined. Any thread that attached her to the world was a thread that could be pulled. So she became a master of the polite, professional void. She was helpful at work, but gave no personal details. She exchanged pleasantries with neighbors, but her eyes never lingered. She was a sketch of a person, lightly drawn, easy to erase. Months passed. The seasons turned. One evening, walking back from work under a bruised Montana sky, she passed a thrift store. In the window among the mismatched dishes and outdated electronics was a small, portable typewriter. It was an old Royal, beige and boxy, with a faded key. She stood and looked at it for a long time. An impulse, wild and unfamiliar, rose in her chest. She bought it for $12. She carried it back to her studio, set it on the small table by the window. She bought a ream of paper. That night, after work, instead of staring at the silent television, she fed a sheet into the roller. She didn't know what to write. Her own story was a locked vault. Fiction felt like a lie she didn't have the energy to tell. Her fingers found the keys. She began to type descriptions. The gritty feel of the carbon paper at work. The specific smell of the rain on the pavement outside her apartment. The weary slope of a coworker's shoulders. She wrote about the trains, giving them names and purposes in her mind. She wrote a detailed account of buying the typewriter, of the old man behind the counter who had said, "This thing's got stories in it." It was not a journal. It was not a confession. It was documentation, a record of a life, observed from behind glass. The clacking of the keys was a defiant sound in the quiet room. It was a signal, however faint, that she was still here. That Joan and Lena and whoever she was now was a witnessing consciousness. The words were anchors in the endless drift. She wrote every night. The stack of pages grew. She never reread them. The act was the point. The creation of a secret, tangible proof of existence that no one else would ever see. One Thursday, a coworker at the copy center, a young woman named Chloe, with a sleeve of vibrant tattoos, pointed to the small ink stain on Joan's, on Lena's finger. "You're an artist?" she asked. "No," Lena said too quickly. She softened her tone. "I just mess around with an old typewriter sometimes." "Cool," Chloe said. And then she was called away to help a customer. The exchange was over, insignificant, but it felt like a crack in the foundation. She had shared a truth, a tiny, brittle piece of herself. That night, the words wouldn't come. She sat at the typewriter, fingers poised, staring at the blank page. It seemed to accuse her. The fear was shifting shape again. It was no longer just the fear of men with guns or badges. It was the fear of this small, persistent self that kept trying to emerge, to make a mark, to connect. That self was the greatest danger of all. It wanted things. It wanted to be known. She knew then that Billings, too, had an expiration date. The typewriter had been a mistake. It was a piece of personality, a footprint. She would have to leave it behind when she went. She finished her shift the next day. The mechanical hum of the copiers a familiar dirge. As she clocked out, Chloe waved. "Have a good weekend, Lena. Maybe I'll see you at the park Sunday. A bunch of us are having a picnic." Lena gave a non-committal smile, a slight wave. She walked out into the cool evening air. The offer hung in the space between them. A door held open just a crack. She stood on the sidewalk, the traffic flowing past. She could almost feel the ghost of Joan Archer, the woman who served coffee and calculated odds, standing beside her. That ghost was shaking its head. She turned left, away from her apartment, and walked toward the train yard. She stood at the chain-link fence, watching a long freight train assemble itself in the yard. Cars clanging together like slow, iron thunder. It was heading east, into the deepening twilight. She watched until the last car became a speck, then vanished into the gathering dark. She didn't go home. She went to a bus station instead. She bought a ticket with cash for a departure in 1 hour. She had her bag, her documents, her money. The typewriter, the few dishes, the blanket, all of it could stay. Let the landlord wonder. As the bus pulled out of the station, merging onto the highway, she leaned her head against the cool glass. The city lights receded, swallowed by the vast, empty plains. She closed her eyes. She did not think of Spokane, or Billings, or the Salton Sea. She thought of the next town, the next name, the next blank page. The movement was the only truth left. The bus carried her forward, a tiny, lit capsule in the immense darkness, and she let its momentum become her own. The bus traveled through the night, a lulling vibration through the cheap seats. She slept in fits, waking to the passing glow of isolated farmhouses, the sudden brief illumination of a roadside diner. At dawn, they reached a small city in North Dakota, Fargo. The name felt flat and final. She disembanked, her body stiff, her mind wiped clean by the miles. She found a room in a motel that rented by the week. The carpet was damp to the touch, the air thick with the smell of mildew and old cigarettes. It didn't matter. She registered as Karen Miller, the third name from Joaquin's packet. She practiced the signature in the margin of a phone book until it felt loose and natural. The job came through a temp agency. Data entry in the back office of a wholesale agricultural supplier. Her workspace was a cubicle in a windowless room full of the steady tap of keyboards. She entered endless columns of numbers, order quantities, lot numbers, prices per bushel. The work was mindless, a digital assembly line. She welcomed the nullity of it. The numbers held no meaning, carried no history. They were perfect. Her co-workers were a quiet, tired bunch. Lunch was eaten at desks, conversations limited to complaints about the software or the coffee. She was polite, invisible. Karen Miller was a woman who did her work and went home. She bought groceries at a discount store, cooked simple meals on a hot plate in her motel room, and watched the local news on a tiny television with a fuzzy picture. She did not buy a typewriter. The flatness of the landscape mirrored the flatness of her days. The fear, that constant weather, began to settle into a low, persistent fog. It was no longer a storm. It was a condition. She breathed it in and out. Sometimes at night, she would lie awake and listen to the sounds of the motel, a door slamming, a truck starting, the murmur of the television next door, and she would mentally trace her own route there. From the Salton Sea to Spokane to Billings to this damp room, it was a path only she could see, a trail that existed solely in her memory. She was her own ghost. Weeks bled into months. The sharp, specific paranoia, the jump at a knock, the scrutiny of a stranger's gaze, dulled into a general, ambient vigilance. She was not waiting for the knock anymore. She was simply living in a world where the knock was always a possibility. The difference was subtle, but it allowed for a kind of breathing room. Then, one Tuesday, the system at work crashed. A server failure, the hitman announced. No ETA for a fix. They were sent home for the rest of the day. It was an unplanned gift of hours, a void in the routine. She walked back to her motel, the afternoon sun surprisingly warm on her shoulders. She walked past it. She found herself at the public library, a squat brick building on the edge of downtown. The cool, quiet air inside was a shock. She hadn't been in a library since before. The smell of books, that particular scent of dust and glue and aging paper, hit her with a physical force. It was the smell of her apartment above the bookstore in Spokane. It was the smell of a life before. She moved through the stacks, her fingers trailing over the spines. She wasn't looking for anything. She was just moving. In the fiction section, a familiar name caught her eye. An author she had read years ago, in another life. She pulled the book out, a thick historical novel. Without thinking, she took it to a table in a quiet corner and sat down. She read for 3 hours. She lost herself completely in the sweep of the narrative, in the problems of people who had been dead for centuries. When she finally looked up, her neck was stiff, and the light from the high windows had grown long and golden. A profound, almost painful sense of peace settled over her. For those hours she had not been Karen. She had not been Lena. She had not been Joan on the run. She had been a mind engaging with another mind across time. It was a different kind of disappearance. Not from the world, but into it. She checked the book out with her library card, the one piece of identification in her wallet that felt strangely like her own. She walked back to the motel, the book held tightly against her chest. That night, She read until her eyes burned. It became a ritual. Every Thursday night after work, she went to the library. She read voraciously, indiscriminately. History, biography, poetry, crime novels. The books were a conversation she could have without risk. They were a way to be a person, to have thoughts and opinions and emotions, all in the sealed chamber of her own mind. She began to keep a notebook, not for documentation, but for quotes she liked, ideas that struck her. She wrote in a careful, anonymous print. It was not a footprint. It was a collection of echoes. She knew this, too, was a form of attachment. The library was a place. The routine was a pattern. Karen Miller was developing a profile, however faint. But the hunger outweighed the fear. The need to be something more than a reacting animal was, for the first time, stronger than the instinct to flee. One Thursday, the librarian, an older woman with kind eyes behind large glasses, smiled at her as she checked out. "You always find the good ones," she said, tapping the cover of the novel Joan had chosen. "That's one of my favorites." Joan Karen felt the old freeze, the instinct to nod and flee. But she didn't. She met the woman's gaze. "The ending," she said, her voice quiet but steady. "It's sad, but it feels right." "Exactly," the librarian said, her face lighting up. "It's inevitable, but it still breaks your heart. If you like that, you should try this." She plucked another book from a nearby cart and handed it over. Joan took it. It was an act of trust, small and seismic. "Thank you," she said. "Enjoy," the librarian replied, already turning to the next patron. Joan walked out into the crisp night air, the new book in her hand. She stood on the library steps, looking out at the quiet street. The fear was still there, a cold stone in her gut. But beside it now was something else, a fragile, glowing ember of self. She had expressed an opinion. She had engaged. She was, in a tiny, secret way, still here. She knew she couldn't stay in Fargo forever. The ledger of risk was always being tallied. But for now, she would not run. She would walk, slowly, back to the motel. She would read her book. She would be Karen Miller, a woman with a library card, for one more week, one more month. The bus could wait. The next blank page could wait. Tonight, the story was in her hands, and for a little while, that was enough. Story 4. The first thing anyone noticed was the silence of the wind chimes. They hung from the porch of the old A-frame house on Hemlock Street, 7 lengths of hollow copper pipe, and for 10 years their discordant, whispering song had been the soundtrack to that corner of the town. People set their watches by the morning gust that set them adrift, a sound as constant as the river's murmur. Then one Tuesday in late September, they fell still. Not a single note. The air moved. The leaves on the sugar maples turned their silver undersides to the coming storm, but the chimes were mute, as if holding their breath. It was an absence so precise it felt like a presence, a hole cut out of the world's fabric. The girl emerged from the woods at the edge of the Carter property just after dawn, the day the chimes went quiet. She was barefoot, her feet caked with black soil and crisscrossed with fine red cuts. Her nightgown, a faded floral thing too thin for the autumn chill, was torn at the shoulder and snagged with burrs. She walked with a strange, deliberate slowness, not like someone fleeing, but like a sleepwalker returning to a familiar room. Old man Carter, out checking his traps, saw her first. He didn't approach, just stood with a dead rabbit in his hand and watched her cross the frosted field toward the road. Her name was Layla Boone. She was 16 years old, and she had been missing for 3 days. By the time Sheriff Miller brought her to the hospital, the story had already begun to crystallize, hard and sharp as an icicle. She spoke in a whisper, her eyes fixed on the speckled ceiling tiles. She spoke of a room with no windows, of a mattress on a concrete floor, of food pushed through a slot in a heavy door. She spoke of two women, a mother with hands like twisted roots and a voice that scraped, a daughter who watched with the cold, assessing eyes of a pathologist. They had taken her, she said, from the path behind the school. They had kept her. They had told her no one was looking. The town of Meridian did not need a map to follow those whispers to their source. The house with the silent wind chimes belonged to Lila and Krista Voss, mother and daughter. They were not from here, not really, though they had arrived a decade ago. Lila was in her 70s, a gaunt, upright woman who gardened with a ferocious intensity, and whose gaze, if you met it at the market, did not soften or slide away but held you accountable. Krista was perhaps 30, a librarian at the county branch who wore her ash-blonde hair in a severe knot, and whose politeness was so exact it felt like an insult. They kept to themselves. They did not attend church picnics. They never joined a harvest festival committee. Their solitude was an affront, a locked door. Now, the town believed it knew what was behind it. The sheriff, a man whose instincts were more political than investigative, arrested them that afternoon. The community erupted in a fever of righteous certainty. The diner buzzed with theories. The church prayer group prayed for Layla's soul and for the swift punishment of the wicked. Social media, that digital echo of the town square, painted the Voss women as monsters in a fairy tale, witches in a gingerbread house. Evidence was a formality. The story was enough. Grady Hall was in his office, above the hardware store, reviewing a land dispute between neighbors when the call came. He was Meridian's only defense attorney, a title he held by default more than desire. He was a man built for quiet corners, for the careful parsing of documents, not for the searing heat of a spotlight. The sheriff's voice was strained. "They're asking for a lawyer, Grady. No one else will touch it. The public defender's office is citing conflict. The whole county's gone mad. It has to be you." Grady descended the narrow staircase to the street. The air smelled of burnt leaves and coming rain. He felt the eyes on him from shop windows, the weight of a collective judgment already shifting to include him. The man who would stand with the witches. He met his clients in the cold, green-tiled holding cell of the sheriff's station. Lila Voss sat perfectly still on the metal bench, her spine not touching the wall. Krista stood at the small barred window, looking out at the brick wall of the adjacent bank. She turned as he entered. "Mr. Hall," Krista said. Her voice was calm, low. "They think we are a folk tale." Lila did not look at him. "We did not touch that girl," she stated, not to Grady, but to the universe. It was a declaration of fact, like stating the color of the sky. Grady sat on the opposite bench, the metal leaching cold through his trousers. "Tell me where you were, every minute of the last 72 hours. And so they did. With a chilling, mundane specificity, they recounted their days. Lila's time was measured in rows of canning. Tomatoes, beans, pickles. She listed the jars, the batches, the exact times the pressure cooker hissed on the stove. Krista spoke of the library, of her shelving the returned novels, of the tedious hours spent updating the digital catalog, of the quiet walk home along the river path each evening. Their alibis were solitary, witnessed only by inanimate objects and the silent trees. They were airtight and utterly useless. The case against them was built entirely on Layla's testimony. There was no forensic evidence linking her to the Voss home. No hairs, no fibers, no fingerprints that shouldn't be there. A search warrant turned up a basement, yes, but it was a clean, dry space filled with neatly labeled storage boxes and Krista's old painting supplies. No windowless room. No mattress on concrete. The door had no slot. The sheriff argued it had been cleaned, staged. The town believed it. Grady's investigation was a walk through a hall of mirrors. Every fact had a distortion. He interviewed Layla in her pink bedroom, a shrine to a younger girl, stuffed animals piled on a frilly bed. She repeated her story, her eyes wide and guileless. But the details, when pressed, had a slippery, generic quality. The food was gruel. The women spoke in rhymes. It was less a police statement and more a dark bedtime story. Yet her physical state when found was real. The cuts, the dehydration, the terror that seemed to cling to her like a scent. He dug into the Voss women's past. They had come from a city 200 miles south. Laya's husband, a botanist, had died years ago. Krista had left a graduate program in art history. There was no criminal history, not even a parking ticket. Their mystery was one of omission, not commission. Their sin was their self-containment. The town's pressure was a physical force. Grady found dead rats on his porch. His wife at the grocery store was met with turnbacks and silence. The local paper ran editorials about the need for justice, for safety, for rooting out the evil in their midst. The prosecutor, an ambitious man with an eye on a judgeship, fed the narrative with grand pronouncements about the violation of innocence. In the midst of this, Grady found himself returning again and again to the Voss house. He would sit at their kitchen table, the one with a view of the silent wind chimes, and listen, not just to their words, but to the space between them, the way Lila would hand Krista a cup of tea without being asked, the way Krista would, almost imperceptibly, adjust the shawl around her mother's shoulders if a draft crept in. It was a language of fierce, silent care. It did not fit the story of cartoonish cruelty. He also noticed the repetitions, the meticulous order of the house. The cans in the pantry, labels facing forward. The books on the shelf, arranged by height. The single, perfect pink geranium on the windowsill, watered at exactly 5 p.m. And Krista, every evening as he left, would be sitting at the small desk in the living room, writing in a ledger. Her hand moved with the same metronomic rhythm, the scratch of the pen, the turn of the page. A ritual, a clockwork heart in a still house. The trial was a circus. The courtroom was packed. Layla took the stand, a vision of shattered youth, and her performance was masterful. She wept. She trembled. She described the cold touch of Krista's hands, the witchy smell of Lila's herbs. The jury drank it in. The prosecutor painted the Voss women as social predators, their quiet lives a cover for a profound sickness. Grady fought with facts, with timelines, with the utter lack of physical evidence. He felt like a man trying to stop a flood with a broom. The break came not from a dramatic confession, but from a monotonous detail. Grady, sleepless, was reviewing the evidence log for the 100th time. The clothes Layla was wearing when found. A standard inventory. He saw it, a tiny pressed wildflower, a blue aster, caught in the tangled threads of her nightgown's hem. It was dried, nearly colorless. It meant nothing to anyone else. But Grady had spent hours in the Voss's garden. Lila grew vegetables, hardy perennials, but no flowers. She called them frivolous. Krista had said it once, offhand, "Mother says flowers are for the dead." And the aster did not grow in the woods where Layla emerged, nor in the field she crossed. It grew in one place in Meridian, in the tidy, well-tended garden of the Boone family, around the little statue of a cherub by their front walk. Grady didn't go to the sheriff. The authorities were part of the chorus now. He went back to the Voss house one last time. It was late. The chimes were still. He told Krista about the flower. She didn't react with surprise. She simply stopped her writing, her pen hovering above the ledger. She looked at her mother. Lila gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. "We knew she had been here," Krista said, her voice barely a whisper. Not in the basement, here, on our porch. The night before she disappeared, she was crying. She said her father had thrown her out. She asked to use the phone. We let her in. She used the phone in the hall. She spoke to no one. She just dialed and pretended. Then she left. We thought it was a child's drama. We forgot. Why didn't you tell anyone? Grady asked, his heart a hammer. Who would have believed us? Lila said, her old eyes clear and sharp. We are the story they needed. The strange women? The easy hate? Grady understood. Layla's manipulation was not just for the town, but for the Voss women themselves. A visit to establish a connection, however thin. A borrowed detail for her fiction. Her home life, Grady now learned quietly from a school counselor who feared for her job, was a quiet hell of control and criticism. Her father was a deacon at the church. Her disappearance was not an abduction, but an escape, a performance. And when she needed to return, to be the prodigal daughter saved from monsters, she chose the monsters everyone was already prepared to see. Grady presented the flower, the phone record showing no call made from the Voss line that night. The counselor's hesitant testimony. He did not accuse Layla of malice, but of a profound, wounded need. The story began to crack, not with a bang, but with a slow, sickening sag. The jury, confronted with the simpler, sadder truth, could not find guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The verdict was not innocent, but not guilty. A technicality. A failure of proof. The town did not apologize. It simply turned its face away. The wind chimes on Hemlock Street were taken down one day, packed away in a box. Lila and Krista Voss sold their house at a loss and left before the first snow. No one knew where they went. Layla Boone's family sent her to a private school out of state. The sheriff lost the next election. The prosecutor became a judge. Grady stayed. He walked the streets, now under a blanket of winter quiet. The case was rarely spoken of. It had been a fever, and the town had broken it. Life returned to its rhythms. The river murmured. The leaves fell and were swept away. One afternoon in deep winter, Grady passed the old Voss house. New people lived there now. A young family. Children's brightly colored sleds leaned against the porch. In the front window, where the pink geranium had once been, there was a lush green spider plant, thriving in the weak light. As he watched, a little girl pressed her face to the glass, smiled, and waved at him. He waved back, a small automatic gesture. He walked on, his breath pluming in the air. The silence around him was no longer the silence of absent chimes, but the vast, deep silence of a world that had closed a wound without healing it, that had chosen to forget the shape of its own fear. The mystery had not been one of crime, but of belief. And the only thing left was the quiet, the endless, forgiving quiet, and the knowledge that some houses are never haunted by ghosts, only by the stories we tell about them. He turned the corner onto Main Street, the sound of his own footsteps loud in the crystalline air. The diner windows were steamy, glowing with warmth. Inside, he could see the usual figures hunched over mugs, their mouths moving in conversation. He did not go in. He kept walking, past the shuttered library, past the church with its stark white steeple. His office above the hardware store felt smaller now, a capsule suspended in time. The land dispute file was still on his desk, untouched for weeks. He sat in his chair, the leather cold against his back, and looked at the blank screen of his computer. The victory, such as it was, tasted of ashes and left a hollow behind his ribs. He had proven a negative. He had not uncovered truth, only dismantled a lie. The real story. The lonely girl, the harsh home. The two women who were guilty only of being different was too messy, too human, for the town to hold. They preferred the clean lines of the fairy tale, even a broken one. A few days later, a plain white envelope arrived with no return address. The postmark was from a city several states away. Inside was a single sheet of heavy, unmarked paper. On it, in Christovas's precise script, were just 2 words. "Thank you." Beneath them, as if an afterthought, was a small, careful drawing. It was of a wind chime, its pipes hanging straight and still. But around it, on the paper, Krista had sketched the faint, graceful arcs of moving air, the invisible currents that remain. Grady held the paper for a long time. Then he opened his desk drawer, a deep one that held old wills and property deeds, and slid the note inside. He did not frame it. He did not show it to his wife. It was not a trophy. It was a secret, and a kind of shared guilt. Spring came slowly, a reluctant thaw. The river swelled with runoff, its murmur becoming a low roar. The sugar maples budded, a haze of red against the gray sky. Grady found himself taking long walks in the evenings, a habit born of restlessness. His wife understood his silence. The town's forgiveness toward him was pragmatic. He had done his job, the system had worked, and now they could all move on. But in their eyes, he saw a faint, permanent caution. He was the man who had looked at the witches and seen people. That made him, in some fundamental way, unreliable. One evening in April, his walk took him past the school, down the path where Layla Boone had supposedly been taken. It was just a paved trail through a strip of woods, connecting the school property to a neighborhood of modest split levels. Dusk was settling, the light turning blue. He walked slowly, hands in his pockets, listening to the first peepers singing in a nearby ditch. He saw the flash of color first. A ribbon, faded pink, tied around the trunk of a young birch tree. He stopped. It was at the exact point where the path curved, obscured from the school parking lot. Layla's statement had described this curve, the sudden hand over her mouth. He approached the tree. The ribbon was old, frayed at the edges, damp from the weather. It was not a memorial. It was a marker. Kneeling, he saw something else, half buried in the leaf mulch at the base of the tree. It was a small, rectangular shape. He brushed away the wet leaves. It was a book, a cheap paperback novel swollen with moisture. The cover was bleached by the sun, the title illegible. He opened it carefully. The pages were a solid block, glued together by damp and mold. But tucked into the middle, like a bookmark, was a photograph. It was a picture of Layla Boone, a year or 2 younger. She was smiling, but her eyes were distant, focused on something beyond the frame. She was standing in front of the cherub statue in her family's garden, the blue asters a blur around her feet. On the back, in a looping adolescent hand, was written, "The Prisoner." Grady sat back on his heels, the damp seeping through his trousers. He understood. This was not evidence. This was a confession of a sort. A piece of the story she had built for herself, left behind like a set designer leaves a prop. The abduction was a fiction, but the prison was real. She had been its architect and its inmate. She had needed a monster to blame for walls she could not otherwise name. He did not take the book or the photo. He carefully reburied them under the leaves, a different kind of attorney-client privilege. He stood, untied the ribbon from the tree, and put it in his pocket. As he walked back the way he came, the peepers' chorus seemed to swell, a chaotic living sound that filled the darkening woods. The town's silence was a lie, he thought. The world was never silent. It was full of stories, layered over each other, true and false and everything in between, rustling like leaves, singing like frogs, waiting for someone to listen to more than just the words. He reached the edge of the woods and turned for home. The scrap of damp pink ribbon, a small heavy weight against his leg. The weight of the ribbon stayed with him. He did not throw it away. Instead, he placed it in the same drawer as Krista's note, the 2 artifacts resting together in the dark. They were bookends to a story no one else would ever read. He found himself thinking less about guilt and innocence, and more about cages. Layla's home, the town's judgment, The Voss women's quiet house, even his own office. They were all different kinds of enclosures. Summer burned the damp spring away, and with it, the last visible traces of the case seemed to evaporate. The Boone family moved away that July, the father taking a job in another state. The house sold quickly. The cherub statue was gone from the garden. One hot August afternoon, Grady was in the county courthouse, filing a routine motion. As he walked down the cool, marble-floored corridor, he saw the new judge, the former prosecutor, holding court with a couple of local businessmen. Their laughter echoed. The judge caught Grady's eye and gave a brief, tight nod, a professional courtesy that did not reach his eyes. Grady nodded back and kept walking. The system had absorbed the shock and moved on. It was a machine that required certainty, and when certainty fractured, it simply swept the pieces aside and resumed its noise. He started taking more cases outside of Meridian, driving to neighboring counties where his name wasn't a whisper. The work was mundane, but the distance was a relief. On these drives, he would sometimes let his mind wander to where the Voss women might be. A city apartment, perhaps, with no garden at all. Or a remote cottage where the wind chimes could hang without anyone to hear them. He hoped, for their sake, it was a place with no story waiting for them. The following autumn, a year after the trial, a package arrived at his office. It was a small, sturdy cardboard box, again with no return address. This postmark was from further west. Inside, nestled in crinkled brown paper, was a single jar of preserves. Blackberry, the label handwritten in the same precise script as the note. The ink was smudged slightly, as if the writer's hand had trembled. There was no message. Grady took the jar home. That evening, after dinner, he opened it. The scent was intense, summery, and sweet tart. He spread some on a piece of plain bread. The taste was perfect, a complex balance that store-bought jam never achieved. It was a taste of patience, of careful labor, of fruit picked at the right moment. He ate it slowly, sitting at his own quiet kitchen table. His wife watched him, a question in her eyes, but she did not ask. He offered her a taste. She took a bite, nodded in appreciation, and said nothing. He understood the gift. It was not an apology, nor was it a request to remember. It was a statement. We are still here. We still do this. The world did not end. The ritual of the rose, the careful sealing away of something good, continued elsewhere. It was the most defiant and the most fragile thing they could have sent. He finished the jar within the week, and when it was empty, he washed it carefully and placed it on the windowsill in his office. The glass caught the afternoon light. It was just a jar, but to him, it was a window into a kitchen he had known, a testament to a truth that had nothing to do with courtrooms. The town outside his own window buzzed on, oblivious. The leaves turned, then fell. The first snow dusted the roofs. The jar remained on the sill, a simple, empty vessel, holding only light. And for Grady Hall, that was enough. The winter deepened, and the jar became a part of the office's landscape, unnoticed by clients. Grady's practice settled into a new, quieter rhythm. He took on a case for a farmer disputing a water right, the kind of grounded, tangible conflict that felt like a cleanse. He found solace in the paperwork, the clear lines of deed and precedent. Then, in early March, a news item flickered on his computer screen. It was a small article from a city newspaper several states over. A local arts collective had received an anonymous donation, a series of 12 exquisite pen and ink drawings. They depicted domestic scenes, a kitchen table, a garden row, a window ledge, rendered with such obsessive fine detail that they seemed to vibrate with a strange energy. The critic praised their haunting precision and aura of silent narrative. The collective had titled the series Proof of Life. Grady knew. He leaned back in his chair, the farmer's water rights brief forgotten on his desk. Krista's ledgers, the metronomic scratch of her pen. She had been accounting for money or groceries. She had been accounting for moments, documenting the evidence of a quiet existence. And now she was releasing it, piece by piece, into a world that might see it only as art. It was a braver thing than he could have imagined. He printed the article. This too went into the drawer. The archive was growing. A week later, his wife mentioned she'd seen Deacon Boone's mother at a pharmacy in the next town over. The woman had aged a decade in a year. She'd spoken to no one, her eyes fixed on the floor as she collected a prescription. The gossip, his wife said, was that Layla was at a boarding school that specialized in troubled teens, and that the family was essentially bankrupt from the move and the tuition. The righteous narrative had consumed its architects, too. Grady received a call that afternoon. It was from a social worker in that same distant city where the drawings had appeared. She was handling a delicate case, a young adult seeking emancipation from her family, citing a history of psychological control. The young woman had no proof, only her own word against a respected family. She had, however, given the social worker Grady's name. She said you would understand the kind of evidence that doesn't appear in police reports, the woman said, her voice cautious. She said you knew about blue asters. Grady felt the old, cold clarity settle over him. He looked at the jar on the windowsill, at the empty space where the wind chimes had hung. The story was not over. It was just entering a new chapter, one where the monsters were real, but wore familiar faces, and the victims had to learn to speak in a language the law could hear. He picked up a pen and a fresh legal pad. "Tell me everything," he said. The social worker's name was Anya. Her voice was low and steady, a practiced calm. The young woman was 18 now, legally an adult, but financially and emotionally tethered to a family that monitored her every move. She wanted out, but any overt rebellion would mean being cut off completely, left with nothing. She needed to establish a pattern, a documented history, to petition for a release of her trust fund. It was a civil matter, a quiet war of attrition. "She mentioned you by name," Anya said. "She said you'd seen the blueprint." "I have," Grady replied. "What's her name?" "She's asked to be called Robin for now. She's afraid of them finding out she's reaching out." Grady understood the fear. It was the same fear that had driven a girl to stage her own abduction, to choose the devil the town knew over the one she lived with. This was a different tactic, a slower, more deliberate bid for freedom. He agreed to consult, to review what documents Robin had managed to gather. Diary entries, restrictive emails printed and smuggled out, records of therapy appointments that were always with a counselor chosen by her parents. It was the same architecture of control, just a different city, a different social stratum. He worked with Anya through the spring, building a file. It was not a case for a courtroom, not yet. It was a case for a probate judge, a plea for the right to one's own life. The work was meticulous and grim. He saw Layla Boone's desperate fiction in a new light. It had been a catastrophic shortcut to the same goal Robin sought. One evening, as he pored over a particularly chilling series of text messages from a father to a daughter, his office phone rang. The line crackled with distance. "Mr. Hull?" The voice was young, female, trembling slightly. "Yes, this is Robin. I have one more piece. I didn't tell Anya. I was too ashamed." She took a shaky breath. "The summer I was 16, they sent me to a camp. It wasn't really a camp. It was a disciplinary program in Utah. I have the brochure. It's called New Dawn. It's still operating." Grady's pen stopped moving. He knew of such places. They were legal gray areas, unregulated, where parents could send problem children to be broken and remade. "Do you have any records from your time there? Any letters?" "They didn't allow letters out, but I kept a journal. I hid it in the lining of my suitcase. It's hard to read, even for me." Her voice broke. "I need someone to read it. I need someone to believe it." "I will," Grady said, his voice quieter than he intended. "Send it to me." The journal arrived in a plain, padded envelope. It was a small, leather-bound book, its pages warped from humidity and sweat. The handwriting started out neat and forced, then degenerated into frantic looping scrawls, then became small and tight again. It was a map of a mind under siege. The descriptions were not of physical torture, but of something more insidious. Isolation, forced confessions, sleep deprivation, the systematic dismantling of a personality. It was a manual on how to build a prison without walls. Grady read it in one sitting, his coffee going cold. When he finished, it was dark outside. The streetlights cast long shadows across his desk. He felt a profound and weary anger. This was the truth behind the fairy tale. This was the real monster. Not a witch in a garden, but an industry that preyed on parental fear and adolescent pain. He included excerpts from the journal in his final report to Anya, with Robin's permission. It was the linchpin. The probate judge, a stern woman in her 60s, read the file in silence. A week later, she granted Robin's petition, freeing her trust fund and legally severing the financial stranglehold. It was a limited victory, but it was a key to the cage. Robin called him, crying with relief. She was going to college, a state school far away. She was going to study psychology. "I want to understand it," she said. "I want to help untangle it for other people." After he hung up, Grady sat for a long time. He thought of Krista's drawings, released into the world. He thought of Robin, escaping into a future of her own making. He thought of Layla, whose escape had been a hall of mirrors, leading her to another kind of confinement. They were all versions of the same story, echoing across the country. He opened his deep drawer. He took out the pink ribbon and Krista's note. He laid them on the desk beside the empty jam jar. Then he added a single photocopied page from Robin's journal, the one where she described seeing a bird build a nest outside her barred window. A simple sentence of desperate wonder. 3 artifacts, 3 testaments, not of a crime he could prosecute, but of a silence he had learned to hear. The town of Meridian slept on outside, peaceful in its amnesia. But in the quiet of his office, Grady Hall kept watch over the evidence. It was not much, but it was a start. The wind had carried the chimes away, but the air still moved. He could feel it. The phone on his desk rang, startling him. It was late. He picked it up, expecting Anya with a follow-up question. But the voice was older, male, and tight, with a controlled fury. "Grady Hall?" "Yes. This is Robert Finch, Layla Boone's grandfather." The name was familiar. A retired banker, a pillar of a different community. "I understand you've been meddling. Talking to social workers. Stirring up stories that are best left buried." Grady's hand tightened on the receiver. "I'm not sure what you're referring to, Mr. Finch. Attorney-client privilege prevents me from discussing any cases." "Don't hide behind that," Finch snapped. "I know about the girl out west. I know you helped her. You have a habit of believing the wrong people, Hall. You always have." There was a pause, the sound of ice clinking in a glass. "My granddaughter is finally getting the help she needs. Real help from professionals who understand her pathology. We don't need you resurrecting her fantasies for your own." "What? Guilt? Atonement?" "My work is separate," Grady said, his voice flat. "Is it?" Finch's tone shifted, becoming almost conversational, which was more threatening. "A little bird told me you received some artisanal mail from certain individuals. It would be a shame if the town of Meridian learned that their former prosecutor was in correspondence with the women he failed to convict. It might make them question your judgment. It might make your remaining clients nervous." The threat was clear. Grady looked at the artifacts on his desk, at the jar catching the dim light from the hallway. They knew about the jam. They were watching, or they had ways of knowing. The system had long arms. "My judgment is my own," Grady said. "And my correspondence is private. Good night, Mr. Finch." He hung up before the man could reply. His heart was pounding, a dull, angry rhythm. They wanted silence. They demanded it. They built their orderly world on a foundation of enforced quiet, and they would threaten, bribe, and ruin to maintain it. He did not put the artifacts back in the drawer. He left them on the desk. Let them be seen. Let them be a target. The next morning, he drove to the county seat and filed paperwork to establish a nonprofit. He called it the Blue Aster Foundation. Its stated purpose was to provide legal resources for young adults seeking emancipation from coercive control. It was a broad, dry legal umbrella. Under it, he could work. He listed himself as the director and sole initial board member. He used his own money to fund it. It was a small, fragile thing, but it was a flag planted in the ground. A month later, a check arrived in the foundation's Pobox diary. It was for $5,000. The memo line read, "For the untangling." It was from a law firm he didn't recognize, based in the city where the drawings had appeared. He never confirmed the source, but he deposited the check. The work began in earnest. He started getting referrals. Not many, but a trickle. A boy whose parents had used a religious conservatorship to seize his inheritance. A young woman whose every online movement was tracked by a family app. Each case was a labyrinth of love twisted into control. He fought them with paperwork, with petitions, with the slow, grinding machinery of the law he once wielded for the state. He kept the jar on his desk. The ribbon and the note and the journal page were framed now, simply behind glass, hanging on his office wall. Clients would sometimes glance at them, curious. He would just say, "A reminder of why we do this work." One day in late fall, a package arrived at the foundation's box. It was a flat, narrow tube. Inside was a rolled-up print, one of the pen and ink drawings from Krista Voss' Proof of Life's series. It was the drawing of the kitchen window, the one that had once looked out onto the Asters. Taped to the back was a new label in the same precise hand as the jam jar. It read, "A view to the outside." Grady unrolled it and held it up. The detail was breathtaking. You could see the faint warp in the window glass, the dust on the sill, the ghostly reflection of a cup on the table behind. It was a world captured in microns of ink. He had it matted and framed. He hung it beside the other artifacts. Now there were 4. The archive was no longer a secret. It was a collection. It was a witness. He sat at his desk, the late afternoon sun painting a rectangle of gold on the floor, and he waited for the phone to ring. It was only a matter of time. Story 5. The memory arrived not as a memory should, in a coherent stream of time and place, but as a single scorching sensation. The smell of monsoon rain on hot dust, and beneath it, the coppery tang of old blood. Clark was in his study, the London fog a gray wool blanket against the window. A client's ledger opened before him. The scene was so vivid, so utterly alien to the room's smells of pipe, tobacco, and leather bindings, that his pen stilled above the paper. He had never been to India. He had never smelled a monsoon. Yet the sensory imprint was as real and as unsettling as a stranger's fingerprint on his skin. He set the pen down carefully and looked at his hands as if they might betray him next. Chase, from his accustomed chair by the fire, saw the minute arrest of his friend's movement. "Clark?" "A phantom scent," Clark said, his voice low. "Nothing more." But it was not nothing. It was the first stitch in a seam he had not known was torn. The doorbell rang, a jarring sound in the hushed afternoon. The woman who entered was a study in contradictions. a watercolor left in the rain. Angelica Thorne was all pale silk and wide, frightened eyes, but her chin was set with a desperation that bordered on ferocity. She carried not a handbag, but a small, scarred dispatch box of teakwood, its brass fittings green with age. "My father," she said, the words tumbling out before she was fully seated. "Colonel Charles Thorne, Dottie. He walked out of his club on Pall Mall 8 days ago. The police believe he has simply absconded. Gambling debts, a mistress. They have stopped looking." Her fingers traced the carved lotus on the box lid. "But he left this for me, with instructions to bring it only to you." Clark took the box. It was lighter than it looked. Inside, resting on a bed of faded velvet, was a single immense sapphire, uncut, its blue the depth of a midnight sky. Wrapped around it was a brittle piece of parchment. The script was an elegant, antiquated hand. "The river's eye sees what the crown forgets. Our pact holds, or the debt is paid in blood. For Angelica, if I fail." "See, the river's eye," Clark murmured. The phrase stirred nothing, but the scent of rain and blood seemed to coil in the air again. The investigation began not with a bang, but with a slow, meticulous immersion into a vanished world. Clark and Chase descended into the quiet, polished tomb of Colonel Thorne's life. His study in Mayfair was a museum of empire. The garrotypes of stern men in uniform before misty hills, a curved kukri knife on the wall, ledger books detailing regimental supplies. The action was the turning of a page, the contemplation of a photograph. Chase watched Clark move through the room, not touching, simply absorbing, his gray eyes missing nothing. The police had seen order. Clark saw a narrative carefully redacted. The ledgers were too neat. The photographs showed the same group of men, over and over. Thorne, a younger, sharper-faced man named Cameron Forsyth, now the treasurer of a powerful trading concern. And a third, a silent, dark-skinned man in simple attire, always slightly apart. Jameer Dotaway. "He wasn't a soldier," Clark said, pointing to Jameer's unreadable expression in a faded photo. "He was the guide." The trail led them to Cameron Forsyth, a man of calculated elegance in an office overlooking the Thames. His smile was a banker's asset, but his eyes were cold as whetstones. "Poor Charlie," he sighed. Pouring sherry, he did not offer them. "The pressures of retirement. The past can be a heavy ghost." He spoke of their service in the Bengal sappers, of a minor expedition to map the tributaries of the Brahmaputra. He dismissed the sapphire as a trinket, the note as the melodramatic fancy of a mind under strain. His words were smooth, plausible, and utterly false. Clark listened, his silence more accusatory than any question. As they left, Chase felt the man's gaze on their backs like a physical pressure. The city itself became a character, a labyrinth of damp brick and shifting light. They traced Thorne's last movements, a visit to a specialist in antiquities, a solitary walk along the Victoria Embankment. The clues were whispers. The antiquarian, now nervously refusing to speak of a cursed stone. A mudlark boy by the river who spoke of a quiet gent, arguing with a foreign sailor the night Thorne vanished. The description of the sailor matched Jameer. The confrontation with Jameer did not happen in a well-lit room. They found him on a disused wharf downstream, a silhouette against the pewter sheen of the Thames at dusk. He was repairing a net, his movements economical and graceful. He did not look up. "He's dead," Jameer said, his voice accented, soft, final. "The river has him. You should let the story die with him." Clark stepped closer, the rotten wood of the pier creaking beneath him. The river's eye. The pact. It wasn't about treasure, was it? Jameer's hand stilled. For a long moment, the only sounds were the lap of oily water and the distant cry of a gull. Treasure? He gave a low, mirthless laugh. You see a stone. We saw a god's eye. A piece of a shrine my people built before the first Englishman ever drew breath in our air. They took it. Thorne and Forsyth, during the mapping expedition. A sacrilege for a bet for glory. He finally looked at Clark, and his eyes were pools of old patient fury. My brother tried to stop them. Thorne's shot did not kill him cleanly. He bled out on that riverbank in the rain. The pact was Thorne's cowardice, Forsyth's greed. They swore to return the stone, to make amends. They swore on their honor. A lie has no weight to such men. The pieces fell into place with a terrible, silent gravity. Forsyth had never intended to return the stone. He had siphoned its value through shadowy channels, building his fortune. Thorne, haunted, had kept it, a torment to his conscience. He had finally decided to act, to fulfill the pact alone. Forsyth could not allow it. Not the exposure, not the loss of the symbol that had funded his empire. Thorne had to disappear. The climax was not a shootout, but a chase of shadows and water. Forsyth, aware the past was closing in, attempted to flee with his remaining assets. A satchel of documents that detailed everything. The police, finally alerted, bungled their interception at London Bridge. It was Clark and Chase, in a hired skiff with Jameer silently at the oars, who cut him off in the labyrinth of canals at Wapping. The scene was cinematic in its grim, wet stillness. The brick canyon of warehouses, the slick black water, the fog muffling all sound. Forsyth stood on the steps of a forgotten Watergate, cornered. He was not pleading. He was spitting venom. You think you understand, he hissed at Clark. You think this is about a stone? It's about civilization. Order. We took from the chaos and built something. He was weak, sentimental, clutching at native superstition. Clark stepped from the skiff onto the stone steps, the water soaking his shoes. He said nothing. He simply extended a hand for the satchel. In Forsyth's furious, entitled face, he saw the entire rotten edifice of the crime. Not a murder, but a slow, decades-long consumption of a man's soul, of a people's history, all justified by a greed so profound it believed itself a virtue. The revelation came later, in the quiet of the study once more. The police had Forsyth. The sapphire, the river's eye, rested on Clark's desk awaiting its return journey with Jameer. The case was solved. Yet Clark stood motionless before the cold fireplace, the phantom scent of rain and blood now a constant, understood companion. Chase watched him. You found him. You solved it. What troubles you? Clark's voice, when it came, was barely a whisper. The memory, the scent I had no right to possess. He turned, and his face was a mask of stark, unflinching realization. Thorne did not just leave that box for Angelica. He left a resonance, a man drowning in guilt, reaching for any lifeline. He poured the truth of it, the sensory truth of that moment on the riverbank, into the object he cherished most. He imprinted his sin upon the stone, and I touched it. He picked up the sapphire. It was cool, heavy. I've been investigating a crime, Chase, while carrying the dying memory of the victim within me. I pursued the truth as an external puzzle, all the while knowing it here. He tapped his temple, in a way I could not name. I was not just the investigator. I was, in the most intimate way possible, the final witness. Thorne used me to bear his confession, to see his story through. He set the stone down. There was no shock, no dramatic outburst, only a profound, weary acknowledgement. The rational detective had encountered a mystery logic could not map, the haunting of a conscience passed like a baton. He had solved the case, and in doing so, had discovered he was a part of its fabric, a page in its history. He had looked into the river's eye, and it had shown him not just the crime, but the indelible stain of its truth, now shared, now his. In the morning, Jameer collected the stone. He nodded to Clark, a nod that carried the weight of a shared, unspoken understanding. No thanks were exchanged. Some debts are beyond currency. Clark stood at the window, watching the fog swallow the quiet man from view. The scent of rain and blood was gone, replaced by the familiar London damp. But the space it left behind was not empty. It was filled with a new and silent knowledge that the past is not a country, but a current, and that sometimes, to solve its crimes, one must wade into its deepest, most personal waters and feel the chill of its secrets on your own skin. He did not turn from the window. He simply watched the gray world outside, a man forever altered by a story that was never his, until, in the end, it was. The days that followed held a peculiar stillness. Angelica Thorne, informed of the truth in a gentler form, retreated to a family estate in the country, the dispatch box now empty. The newspapers carried a brief, vague notice about the arrest of a prominent businessman for fraud and conspiracy. The darker truths, buried beneath the language of finance and respectability. Life in London, it seemed, was eager to forget. Clark found he could not. The ledger in his study remained open to the same page, the client's figures a blur of irrelevant digits. The work of a private inquiry agent, he realized, was built upon a foundation of professional distance. One stood apart, observing, deducing, and then stepping away. But Thorne had breached that wall. He had not merely left Clark a clue. He had implanted an experience. The horror of that long-ago moment on the Brahmaputra, the gunshot, the rain, the coppery smell mingling with the petrichor, was now a part of Clark's own inner archive. He could recall it with a clarity that shamed his own childhood memories. Chase, ever pragmatic, tried to anchor him. "It's over, Clark. The stone is going back. The guilty man will hang or rot in prison. The girl has closure. It's a clean end." "Is it?" Clark asked, not looking up from the fire. "Where does his memory end and mine begin?" I can feel the weight of the uncut stone in his hand, the grain of that teakwood box under his fingers. I can feel his guilt. It's a visceral thing, Chase, like a grafted limb that aches in cold weather. He began to dream, not of India, but of the river. Not as Thorne had seen it, but as a composite, a dark, flowing thing that was both the Thames and the Brahmaputra, its surface reflecting not sky, but eyes. The river's eye. In the dreams, he was both himself and Thorne, standing on the wharf and the riverbank simultaneously, holding the sapphire that was both jewel and accusation. He would wake with his heart pounding, the phantom scent thick in his nostrils, only to find the room smelling of coal smoke and old paper. A week after Jameer's departure, a small package arrived. No return address. Inside, nestled in unbleached cotton, was a simple clay cup, hand-thrown and sun-baked. With it was a slip of paper with a single line in Jameer's precise script. "For the tea, to ground the spirit where the earth is different." Clark held the crude cup. It was the antithesis of the fine china in his cupboard. It was weighty, solid, real. That evening, he brewed a pot of strong, ordinary tea and poured it into the new cup. The heat seeped through the clay into his palms. He drank slowly, feeling the rough rim against his lips, tasting the earthy tannins. It was an act of simple, present sensation. An anchor. He placed the empty cup on the desk beside the now-closed ledger. The case of Colonel Thorne was filed away in his mind, not as a solved puzzle, but as a watershed. He understood now that his gift, the preternatural attention to detail, the ability to read a room, a face, a history in the wear on a carpet, was not merely a tool for observation. It was a permeability. It was a man who could catch echoes. Chase entered, shaking rain from his coat. New client in the sitting room. A woman. Says her husband is being blackmailed. Seems straightforward. Mentia. Clark stood, his movements deliberate. He glanced once more at the clay cup, a token from one world to another, a silent acknowledgement of a debt paid in shared truth. The scent of rain was just rain now. The past had receded, but it had left its watermark on him, a permanent change in his psychic topography. Nothing is ever straightforward, Clark said, and his voice was his own again, but layered with a new and quiet certainty. He straightened his waistcoat. Show her in. The woman in the sitting room was the opposite of Angelica Thorne in every way. Where Angelica had been a fading watercolor, this woman was an ink sketch. Sharp lines, black tailored suit, a gaze that assessed the room and found it wanting. She introduced herself as Mrs. Evelyn Vance. Her husband, a barrister, was receiving letters demanding payment for silence regarding an event at a Brighton hotel in 1912. It is a fabrication, of course, she said, her voice clipped. A clumsy attempt to exploit his reputation. I wish you to identify the author and put a stop to it. Clark listened, watching not just her, but the space around her. He noted the precise cut of her clothes, the absence of any wedding ring on her gloved finger, the way she held her umbrella, not as a burden, but like a scepter. The facts of her request were simple, yet, as she spoke of the hotel, the alleged indiscretion, a peculiar sensation brushed against Clark's mind. Not a scent this time, but a texture. The rough, prickly weave of a particular kind of cheap hotel blanket, the kind that leaves a red imprint on the skin. He had never stayed in that hotel. He had never even been to Brighton in 1912. He felt a cold clarity settle over him. It was happening again. Not a full memory, not yet. Just a fragment, a sensory shard, arriving uninvited. It was not his. It was, he suspected with a sinking certainty, hers. Mrs. Evelyn Vance was lying. Not about the blackmail, perhaps, but about something fundamental. The memory, if it was a memory, felt furtive, ashamed, and utterly at odds with her composed, disdainful presentation. He accepted the case, his terms stated in his usual, calm manner. As she rose to leave, her gloved hand brushed the polished surface of his desk. A flicker crossed her face, so brief it was almost invisible. Regret, fear. Clark felt a corresponding jolt, a taste of licorice and regret, sharp and sudden on his tongue. The door closed behind her. Chase let out a low whistle. Well, she seems a piece of work. Clark did not answer immediately. He walked to the window, watching her purposeful figure retreat into the London drizzle. The clay cup sat solidly on his desk, a reminder from Jameer that some truths are meant to be held, not just sought. We will investigate the blackmailer, Clark said finally, his back to Chase. We will follow every thread she has given us. And the threads she hasn't? Chase asked, recognizing the tone in his friend's voice. Clark turned. The gray light from the window etched the new lines of understanding on his face. The case of the River's Eye had been a baptism. This was the first step on a new path. He was no longer just a detective solving crimes. He was a custodian of hidden histories, a reluctant witness for the voiceless and the guilty alike. We will follow those two, he said quietly, whether she wishes us to or not. He picked up the case file, his fingers tracing the blank space where the real story waited, patient and pulsating, to be seen. The investigation into the blackmail letters proceeded with a surface normality that felt to Clark like a pantomime. He sent Chase to Brighton to discreetly inquire at the hotel in question, while he remained in London to observe Mrs. Vance's movements. The letters themselves, which she had reluctantly provided, were typed on a common machine, posted from different districts. A professional, perhaps, or someone with time and caution. Yet, the phantom sensations persisted. The rough blanket, the licorice taste. They were not constant, but flared at odd moments. When he reviewed the letters, when he passed a certain chemist shop that sold the particular black licorice drops he suddenly knew she favored. He was not reading her mind. He was, he theorized, picking up the emotional and sensory residue of her secret. A secret so potent, it had seeped into her very presence, and now, through his peculiar sensitivity, into him. Chase returned from Brighton with mundane news. The hotel had no record of Mr. Alistair Vance for that summer. The staff who had been there in 1912 were long gone. It was a dead end, as Clark had suspected it might be. The blackmail was a fiction, a framework. But the fear behind it was real. He confronted her in the park, a neutral ground. She was feeding the ducks, a picture of composed leisure. "Your husband was not in Brighton that summer, Mrs. Vance," Clark stated without preamble. "The threat is a sham, but your fear is not. You are not afraid for his reputation. You are afraid for your own." Her hand froze, scattering breadcrumbs in a wide arc. The ducks squabbled. For a long moment, she said nothing, her profile a cold cameo against the gray serpentine. "You cannot possibly understand," she whispered, the crispness gone from her voice. "I understand the feel of a certain blanket," Clark said, his voice low, relentless. "I taste the licorice you eat when you are distressed. These are not guesses. They are echoes. You carry the memory of that place, that event, with you like a shroud. And someone has discovered it. Not your husband's sin, but yours." She turned to him then, and the mask was gone. In its place was raw, unvarnished terror. "It was not an indiscretion," she said, the words tumbling out as if a dam had broken. "It was a child, a daughter, born there, given away there. My family, my prospects. It was impossible." She named a reputable, discreet nursing home near the hotel that had arranged everything. "The letters, they mention her. They call her by the name I whispered to her once. No one knew that name, no one alive. The blackmail was real, but its target was not the barrister husband. It was the wife's deepest, most carefully buried wound. The blackmailer was not demanding money for silence about a husband's affair, but for the whereabouts of a lost daughter, now a young woman of 12, whose existence was the key to destroying the impeccable world Evelyn Vance had built. Clark felt the weight of her confession settle into the growing catalog of other people's pains he now carried. The scent of the river was gone, replaced by the antiseptic smell of a hidden ward and the sweet, cloying taste of licorice, masking a bitter truth. He had solved the real case in minutes, through a means he could never document. Proving it would be another matter. "You wish me to find the blackmailer," Clark said. "Or the child?" Evelyn Vance's eyes, now stripped of all pretense, held a desperate, conflicted hope. "Can you do both?" He knew he could. The blackmailer would have a trail, a history connected to that nursing home. The child would have a birth record, a foster family, a life waiting to be discovered. It was detective work, ordinary and extraordinary at once. But to do it, he would have to walk into another person's past, another person's pain, and feel its contours as his own. He looked at her, this woman who had built a fortress of lies upon a single act of youthful desperation, and saw not a client, but another haunted soul leaving its imprint on the world. "I will find the truth," he said, which was not quite an answer to her question. It was, he was beginning to understand, the only service he could now offer. The truth, with all its weight, its scent, its taste, its terrible, clarifying light. He turned his collar up against the damp wind blowing off the water. The ducks, unsatisfied, paddled away. The next chapter had already begun. The nursing home, when he found it, was a respectable, ivy-clad villa in Hove. It had closed 2 years prior, its records supposedly transferred to a sister institution in Bath. Clark stood before its silent facade, and the air around him grew thick with the smell of carbolic soap and boiled cabbage, undercut by a sharper, sweeter odor. The lily of the valley perfume favored, he suddenly knew, by a particular midwife named Agnes. The impression was so strong he could almost see her, a stout woman with capable hands and eyes that held no judgment, only a weary pity. He did not need to go to Bath. The truth of Evelyn Vance's past was here, bleeding from the very bricks. He walked the perimeter, his mind open in a way that was now deliberate, a tuning of a radio to a silent, haunting frequency. By the old rose garden, now gone to weed, a flash of sensation struck him. Not a memory of Evelyn, but of another young woman, terrified and alone, gripping the iron gate until her knuckles blanched. A different story, a different pain, left like a fossil in the earth. Chase, meeting him at the station later, saw his expression. "You found something without moving a muscle, didn't you?" "The building is an archive," Clark said simply, taking his seat on the train back to London. "The blackmailer will be someone connected to that place. A porter, a nurse, someone who kept their own records. They are not threatening exposure to the husband. They are threatening to guide the daughter to her mother's doorstep. It is a crueler form of extortion." "And the girl?" Chase asked, lowering his voice. Clark looked out at the speeding countryside. A name floated into his consciousness, not as a vision, but as a certainty, as if whispered on the steam of the train. "Eleanor," he said it softly. "They named her Eleanor at the Foundling home. She is in Cornwall with a fishing family. She is happy." Chase stared. "You can't know that." "I do," Clark said. And the weight of that knowledge was a solemn thing. He knew the scent of salt air and tarred rope that clung to the girl's memory of her foster father. He knew the pattern of the quilt on her bed. These were not his memories to have. They were stolen glimpses, fragments of a life he was now tasked with either protecting or shattering. The ethical landscape before him was uncharted and treacherous. To find the blackmailer was straightforward. But what then? To reveal Eleanor's location to Mrs. Vance was to unleash a potentially devastating force into a stable, if humble, life. To withhold it was to play God with a mother's anguish and a daughter's identity. He returned to his study, the clay cup a grounding weight in his hand. The Vance case was no longer a puzzle of clues and alibis. It was a living, breathing tangle of human consequence. He had sought the truth, and now he was drowning in its complexities. The river's eye had shown him the stain of a single crime. This new sensitivity showed him the endless, rippling aftermath of every secret, every choice. He was not just a witness. He was becoming an accomplice to history, forced to decide which truths deserved the light, and which were better left sleeping in the quiet dark of his own burdened mind. The blackmailer was, as Clark intuited, a former orderly from the nursing home, a man named Fletcher with a grudge and a ledger of his own. He was easily tracked and discreetly neutralized with the threat of exposure for his own myriad small thefts from patients. The letters stopped. Mrs. Vance's immediate fear was alleviated. But the greater question remained, a silent, patient presence in Clark's study. Eleanor Dada. He had written her location on a slip of paper, sealed it in an envelope, and placed it in his desk drawer. It sat there like a live shell. Mrs. Vance had paid his fee in full, and did not ask again. Perhaps afraid of the answer, perhaps sensing that Clark now held a piece of her soul she could not bear to reclaim. He found himself standing at that drawer often, his hand on the brass pull. He thought of the girl in Cornwall, of the scent of salt and the sound of gulls. He thought of Evelyn Vance, drinking her tea in a silent, polished drawing room, the taste of licorice forever tainted. To connect them was to alter two lives irrevocably. It was not his right. And yet, having the knowledge, was it his responsibility? Weeks passed. The London autumn deepened. The peculiar permeability he had experienced seemed to settle, or perhaps he was learning to manage the aperture of his own attention. He took on smaller, drear cases, a missing necklace, a matter of disputed provenance. He drank his tea from the clay cup and tried to anchor himself in the tangible. Then, on a morning of particularly brittle frost, a letter arrived. The handwriting was unfamiliar, the postmark from Cornwall. His heart, for a reason he could not name, beat a little faster. He opened it. "Dear Sir," it began, in a careful, youthful script. "My name is Eleanor Trevose. I do not know if this letter will find you, or if you will think me mad. But I have had a dream," repeated these 3 nights past. "A man stands in a room full of books and fog. He holds a cup of brown clay. He is looking at a paper with my name on it. And I feel a pull, like a thread tied around my heart is being gently tugged. I asked my mum, my real mum I mean, and she said I was born near Brighton, and that my first mother was a lady. She gave me this address from the old papers. She said if I ever felt a calling, I should follow it. So I am writing. I do not know what I am asking. Perhaps just if you know anything, or if the dream means something. Yours sincerely, Eleanor." Clark read the letter twice. The room did not fill with foreign scents or sounds. Instead, a profound and quiet certainty filled him. The connection was not his to make or break. It existed, independent of him, a live wire strung across the years. He had been a conduit, not a custodian. The truth, it seemed, had its own agency. He took the sealed envelope from the drawer. He placed Eleanor's letter beside it. He would write back. He would not give the address. He would simply tell her that her feeling was true, that the thread was real, and that if she wished to follow it, he would help her prepare for whatever she might find at its other end. He would be the guide, not the gatekeeper. The weight in his chest, the weight of deciding, lifted. He was not meant to solve this. He was meant to steady the scales. He picked up his pen, the nib hovering over a fresh sheet of paper. Outside, the frost was beginning to melt, each drop catching the pale sunlight like a tiny clear eye opening to the day. The decision to write the letter, to become the anchor point for this converging history, felt like the first truly right choice he had made since the river. He wrote carefully, acknowledging the truth of her dream, confirming the existence of a woman in London who had long ago loved her enough to let her go. He offered no judgment, only his assistance as a facilitator of careful, respectful contact, should she desire it. He posted the letter with a sense of solemn release. The reply came sooner than expected. Eleanor's second letter was less hesitant, brimming with a cautious, intelligent curiosity. She asked practical questions. What was her mother like? Was she kind? Would she be angry? Clark answered as honestly as he could, describing Evelyn Vance's composure, her strength, the deep well of regret he had sensed. He omitted the licorice and the blanket. Some truths were for Eleanor to discover or not, on her own terms. A correspondence blossomed. With each letter, Clark felt the girl's personality emerge, practical, thoughtful, possessing a quiet poeticism born from a life by the sea. He found himself speaking of her to Chase, who listened with a kind of awe. "You're building a bridge," Chase said one evening, "out of paper and ghosts." "She is building it herself," Clark corrected gently. "I am merely holding the lantern." The inevitable request arrived. Eleanor wished to meet. She proposed coming to London, but not to go directly to the Vance residence. She asked if she might meet Clark first. "I should like to see the man from my dream," she wrote, "to know I am not imagining all of this." The meeting was arranged for his office. On the appointed day, Clark felt an unusual nervousness. He arranged the room with a care he usually reserved for crime scenes, not for a girl of 12. He placed the clay cup prominently on his desk. When the door opened, Chase showed her in. She was tall for her age, with Evelyn's sharp bones softened by sea air and youth. Her hair was a dark, wind-tangled brown, and her eyes, a clear gray, went immediately to the cup on the desk. A small, wondering smile touched her lips. "It's just as I saw it," she said, her voice quiet but steady. Clark found he could say nothing for a moment. The psychic static he often felt around people was absent. Instead, he felt a simple, resonant clarity, like a single, pure note. Here was the consequence, living and breathing, of a long-ago secret. She carried no echo of the nursing home, only the salt-scrubbed present of her own life. "Miss Trevose," he said, finding his voice. "Welcome." They talked for an hour. She asked him about his work. He asked her about Cornwall, about her family there. It was an ordinary conversation, and yet it was layered with an extraordinary understanding. She was steeling herself for the next step, and he was offering her a calm harbor before the storm. Finally, she looked out the window at the London street, so different from her cliffs and coves. "Will you come with me?" she asked. "When I go to see her?" Clark had anticipated this. He shook his head. "That path is for you to walk. My role ends at the gate, but I will be here afterwards if you need to speak of it." She nodded, accepting this with a maturity beyond her years. She stood to leave, then paused, looking once more at the clay cup. "Thank you," she said, "for being true." The dream was true. After she left, Clark stood at the window for a long time. He did not watch her go. He knew she would find her way. The case was closed, and yet it was forever open. A story now continuing in the world without his guidance. He felt a profound fatigue, but it was clean, devoid of the sticky residue of other people's pain. He had not solved anything. He had midwifed a possibility. That evening, a messenger delivered a small package from Evelyn Vance. Inside, with no note, was a simple, elegant fountain pen. It was an acknowledgement, a token of a debt that could never be fully paid. Clark placed it in his desk drawer, next to the now empty space where the sealed envelope had lain. He picked up his own pen, the ordinary one he always used, and began to write his case notes. For the first time, he wrote not just the facts of the investigation, but the shape of the human landscape it had revealed. He wrote of bridges and threads, of choices and consequences. He wrote, finally, for an audience of one. A man learning to navigate a world where the past was never truly past, but a living river, and he was now a man who could, for better or worse, feel its every current. The quiet that settled after Eleanor's departure was different from the silence that had preceded it. It was not an absence, but a fullness. Clark completed his notes, the new pen from Mrs. Vance remaining untouched in his drawer. He felt no pull to use it. His own humble instrument had recorded the truth as he knew it, and that was enough. 2 days later, a brief note arrived from Evelyn Vance, delivered by hand. It contained only a time and an address, a tea house in Mayfair. And the words, "She came." No details, no outpouring of emotion. The restraint was characteristic, but Clark sensed the seismic shift behind the simple phrase. He filed the note away, a final piece of evidence. He expected that to be the end. His service was rendered, his balance found. But the world, once it has found a sensitive instrument, does not easily cease to play upon it. A week later, Chase entered the study with a peculiar expression. "A gentleman to see you, sir. A Reverend Aubrey. Says it's a personal matter, not clerical. He seems agitated." Clark nodded, setting aside a ledger. The man who entered was in his late 50s, with a kind, careworn face currently etched with deep anxiety. He clutched a worn hat in his hands. "Mr. Clark, forgive the intrusion. My name is Aubrey. I was the chaplain at the St. Jude's Foundling Home in Brighton until its closure." Clark felt a cold trickle of premonition. He gestured to a chair. "Please sit. How can I help you?" Reverend Aubrey remained standing, his words coming in a rushed confessional stream. "I have heard things, whispers, really, that you have a particular understanding of the old nursing home in Hove, of the children who passed through there. I have carried a burden for many years, Mr. Clark, a specific burden. I facilitated adoptions, you see. I matched children with families." He paused, swallowing hard. "There was one child, a boy, not from the nursing home, but from a different situation entirely. I placed him with a family, a good family, or so I thought. I learned later, too late, that the husband was a man of violent temper. The boy, he suffered. I tried to intervene, but the family moved away, vanished. The guilt has eaten at me for a decade. I have prayed, but I find no peace. I must know if he is well. I must know if I condemned an innocent soul to misery." And Clark listened, the familiar weight descending. "Reverend, I am a private investigator, not a clairvoyant. I find facts." The Reverend's eyes, desperate and sincere, locked onto his. "They say you find more than facts. They say you feel the echoes. I have nowhere else to turn. The official records are lost or sealed. The family name is common, but I have this." He fumbled in his coat pocket and placed a small object on the desk. It was a child's wooden top, painted in faded stripes of red and blue. "He left this in my office the day he went with them. He was 7. His name was Thomas." Clark looked at the top. He did not want to touch it. He knew, with a sinking certainty, that if he did, the room would fill with the scent of cheap hair tonic and fear, with the sound of a child's stifled sobs. This was not a closed case like Eleanor's, with its neat, hopeful thread. This was an open wound, a cry for help across the years. "I cannot promise anything," Clark said, his voice tight. "Just try," Reverend Aubrey whispered. "Please, just hold it, and tell me if you feel anything at all." Clark looked from the man's anguished face to the innocent toy on his blotter. The quiet fullness of the past week shattered. The river of the past was not calm. It was a torrent of unresolved sorrows, and it was flowing directly to his door. He had steadied the scales for Eleanor. Now, he was being asked to weigh a piece of someone else's conscience. He slowly, reluctantly, reached out his hand. His fingers hovered over the painted wood. He took a breath and picked it up. Story 6. The clock in the lobby of Sterling and Price was frozen at 3:07. It was a sleek, minimalist thing, a disk of brushed steel floating on a wall of black marble, and its motionless hands were the first thing Julian Thorne noticed when he pushed through the heavy glass doors. The air inside was a different temperature, a different density, a refrigerated silence that smelled of ozone from the air purifiers, and the faint, ghostly echo of expensive perfume. It was Sunday, and the Cathedral of Commerce was empty. The only sound was the whisper of his own breath and the distant mechanical hum of a server farm dreaming behind a locked door. Time in this temple of selling seconds had stopped. Or, Julian thought, it had been told to stop, to hold its breath, to keep a secret. The secret's name was Dashiell Vance. 5 days ago, Dashiell, a senior copywriter of considerable talent and opaque reputation, had been found in his apartment, dead from an apparent fall from his balcony. The police had called it a tragic accident, possibly alcohol fuel. The obituary in the trade press called him a bright, disruptive force. Dion Sterling, the agency's founder and reigning monarch, had called it a devastating loss to our creative family in a tastefully somber all-staff email. And a man whose name Julian did not know, but whose authority was absolute, had called Julian. He had suggested, in that quiet way that was indistinguishable from an order, that Julian come and take a look. So here he was, not as Julian Thorne, former prosecutor with a nose for the stench beneath the polish, but as Julian Crane, a freelance brand narrative consultant from Boston, hired by a grieving Dion to help steady the ship and perhaps audit the creative processes Dashiell had so abruptly. Dion Sterling was a man carved from teak and tailored in Italian wool. He received Julian in an office that was less a room and more a viewing platform overlooking the city. The skyline a graph of ambition outside the floor-to-ceiling glass. "Julian," he said, his handshake dry and firm, his eyes the color of old money. "We are grateful. Dash was a comet, brilliant, unpredictable, sometimes scorching. His death leaves a void, and in our business, nature abhors a vacuum. Clients get nervous. Rumors circulate." He gestured to a low-slung leather chair. "Your job is to be a stabilizing presence. Sit in on meetings, review the campaign pipelines, get a feel for the teams. Your discretion, of course, is paramount." The teams were a collection of beautiful, anxious predators. There was Lara, an art director with the sharp bones of a falcon and eyes that missed nothing. Marcus, a strategist who spoke in riddles of demographics and desire, his smile never reaching his temples. And Chloe, a copywriter who had been Dashiell's sometime partner, her grief seeming to manifest as a kind of furious kinetic energy. They moved through the open-plan bullpen, a landscape of white desks and glowing screens, with a languid, competitive grace. The air buzzed with a low voltage of paranoia and ambition. They welcomed Julian with a surface politeness that felt as thin as tissue paper. He was management's spy, they assumed, or Dion's new pet. They watched him from the corners of their eyes, their conversations dying to a murmur when he passed. His first discovery was in Dashiell's old office, which had been hastily cleared, but not yet reassigned. The cleaning staff, a woman named Rosa, who had been with the agency for 20 years, was wiping down the shelves. "He was a night bird, Mr. Dash," she said, not looking at Julian, her cloth moving in slow, concentric circles on the empty wood. "Always here late, sometimes with the others, laughing. Sometimes alone, just staring at that screen." She paused, her hand hovering over a small, almost invisible gap between two panels at the back of the shelf. "Found things sometimes in his drawer, not work things." She finally met his eyes, hers dark and weary. "People think walls don't have ears or eyes, but the walls here, they're thin." Later, when the floor was silent, Julian returned. He ran his fingers along the seam Rosa had indicated. A slight pressure, and a small, magnetized panel clicked open. Behind it was a USB drive, sleek and black. That night, in the anonymity of his rented apartment, he plugged it in. It contained no documents, no spreadsheets, just a single folder of images. They were photographs of billboards, magazine ads, television stills, all campaigns Sterling and Price had produced in the last 18 months. For a luxury watch, a fast car, a tropical resort, a new pharmaceutical. But each image had been digitally altered. Over the gleaming watch face, a faint, ghostly watermark of a skull. Reflected in the car's pristine paint, the silhouette of a child holding what looked like a rifle. In the palm-fringed resort beach, the shadows spelled out a latitude and longitude. On the pill bottle, the tiny print listed not side effects, but a sequence of numbers that Julian, after a sleepless hour, recognized as encrypted bank routing numbers. Dashiell had been leaving a trail, a scrawl in the margin of the world's biggest advertisement. He hadn't been stealing. He had been annotating. The days took on a hypnotic rhythm. Mornings were spent in the calm, observational theater of meetings, where millions were reduced to mood boards and click-through rates. Julian would listen to Marcus speak in a soothing baritone about leveraging consumer anxiety into brand loyalty. Watch Lara compose images of heartbreaking beauty to sell soda. Feel the collective pulse of the room quicken when Dion entered, a king dispensing favor with a glance. The language was a syrup of innovation and disruption and synergy, a narcotic haze of meaninglessness. Then, an interruption, a tightening, a glimpse of the secret machinery. He saw Chloe, late one evening, not at her desk, but in the subterranean parking garage, handing a thick, unmarked envelope to a man in a motorcycle helmet who arrived and departed without ever cutting his engine. He noticed that the agency's most lucrative account, a new secure messaging app called Vault, never had its campaigns workshopped in the open bullpen. Those meetings were held in Dion's private conference room, the one with the soundproofing. The secretaries, the women who truly ran the place, would grow still and exchange glances when the Vault team filed in, their laughter a little too loud, their suits a little too sharp. He began to map the silence, the things not said, the projects that moved with unseemly haste, the expenses that were coded simply as special projects. He pieced together Dashiell's last days from fragments. He'd been agitated, according to Rosa, brilliant, on fire, according to Chloe, though her eyes skittered away when she said it. He'd had a furious, whispered argument with Dion in the latter's office, a fact witnessed only by the ancient laconic typist, Eleanor, who simply said, Mr. Sterling's voice was a razor. Mr. Vance's was a door slamming. The night he died, he had logged out of his work terminal at 11:48 p.m. The security log, which Julian accessed with a skill he'd learned in a different life, showed his keycard had been used to re-enter the building at 1:15 a.m. It showed Dion's card entering at 1:05. Neither card showed an exit. The tightening became a vice. Julian found himself in the building late, the frozen clock in the lobby, a silent accomplice. He was in the server room, the hum now a deafening roar, tracing the architecture of the Vault account. The app was a phantom. Its corporate address was a shell. Its financials were a labyrinth. But its advertising budget was real. A river of cash that flowed into Sterling and Price and then diverted into offshore holdings, into shell companies with names like Sonorous Poetry. And the campaigns themselves, the sleek ads promising absolute privacy, were, according to Dashiell's annotations, something else entirely. They were recruitment tools, instructions. The watch-head skull was a cartel symbol. The coordinates in the resort ad pointed to a remote airstrip in Belize. The numbers on the pill bottle funded a network. Sterling and Price wasn't just making ads. It was running a sophisticated global monitoring and communication scheme for a criminal consortium, using the agency's creative output as its perfect, public-facing cipher. Dion was not just a guardian of appearances. He was the architect. And Dashiell, the brilliant disruptive copywriter, had figured it out. He hadn't wanted to expose it, not at first. He had wanted to play, to leave his own artistic signature on the crime. His alterations were a taunt, a game of cat and mouse with his employer. Until the game turned deadly, the climax was not a chase, nor a shootout. It was a conversation. Julian arranged it in Dion's glass-walled office as the sun bled out over the city, staining the skyline the color of a bruise. He presented his findings not as an accusation, but as a narrative, a storyboard. He spoke of brand erosion, of toxic assets, of the narrative Dashiell had been trying to rewrite. Dion listened, silhouetted against the dying light, his face in shadow. "You're not from Boston, are you, Julian?" he finally said, his voice soft, almost admiring. "The consultant bit was good. The suit is perfect. But you have the eyes of a priest hearing confession, or a cop reading rights." He turned, his features calm, untroubled. Dashiell was a genius, but he was also a child. He thought he was an artist. This, he gestured to the world beyond the glass, the world they sold piece by piece, is the only art that matters. The art of consequence, of moving the levers. He wanted to put his name on the work. A dangerous vanity. "None? He's dead," Julian said, the words short, sharp in the thick air. A tragedy. A man of such talent, overcome by his own demons, his paranoia. The police were quite clear. Dion picked up a small abstract sculpture from his desk, a twist of cold, dark metal. "You have a narrative, Julian. A compelling one. But it is a story built on the scribblings of a disturbed mind, on security logs that can be explained, on interpretations of art, which are, as we know, subjective." He placed the sculpture back with a precise click. "The world you're pointing to, it doesn't want to be seen. And the people in it, they are very, very good at making problems disappear. Are you a problem, Julian?" The threat hung in the air, clean and surgical. Julian said nothing. He had what he needed. Not for a court. Dion was right. The evidence was a ghost, a pattern, a poem of suspicion. But for the man who had sent him, for the quiet authority, they would know what to do with a pattern like this. He left the agency for the last time as evening settled. The frozen clock in the lobby still read 3-7, a permanent monument to the moment time, fractured for Dashiell Vance. Outside, the city was a symphony of noise and light. A campaign for itself. He walked for blocks, the tension of weeks unspooling into a hollow, contemplative calm. He stopped at a bus shelter. On it was a new ad, just pasted that day. For the Vault app. A couple, laughing, their faces close. A shimmer of digital lock icons floating around them like fireflies. The tagline, "Your secrets, perfected." He stared at it, his breath fogging the cool glass of the shelter. His reflection superimposed itself over the perfect, smiling faces. In the corner of the A-DAD, down near the legal disclaimers, was a tiny, almost imperceptible flourish in the graphic design. A curl of the EV in Vault that, if you looked at it with a certain knowledge, with a mind trained to see the scar in the skin of things, resembled a question mark. It was not in Dashiell's style. It was too subtle, too clever. It was new. Was it a coincidence? A designer's whim? Or was it a signal? A sign that the game had not ended with Dashiell's fall, that the secret machinery was still humming, and that somewhere in the beautiful, anxious hive of Sterling and Price, another artist had picked up the brush. Another mouse had decided to dance before the cat. Julian stood there, the city's noise receding to a distant surf. The image before him both an answer and a deeper, more unsettling mystery. He did not move. He simply watched and wondered and felt the cold, silent weight of the question mark seep into him, knowing it would never, ever leave. The next morning, the call came. The voice on the other end was as calm and dry as ever. "Your report is received. Your contract is concluded. You will be on the 10:15 flight to Logan." It was not a suggestion. Julian packed his single suitcase, the USB drive now, in a secure courier pouch, already miles away. He felt no triumph, only a profound weariness. He had drawn a map to a ghost, and the ghost had smiled back. At the airport, he bought a coffee and a newspaper. He avoided the business section. Instead, he turned to the arts. And there, in a small column, was a review of a new digital art installation in a downtown gallery. The critic described it as a searing commentary on consumerism and hidden data, praising the artist's use of embedded subtext and recursive imagery. The artist's name was listed as anonymous, formerly of a leading creative agency. The installation was titled The 3-7 Effect. The coffee turned to ash in his mouth. He saw it instantly. Not a question mark, but a timestamp. A calling card. Dashiell had an acolyte. The secret was not just being kept. It was being curated, expanded, turned into a genre. The game was evolving, and Dion, for all his control, might not even know the rules had changed. The player was no longer a disruptive copywriter, but an artist with a manifesto. And artists, Julian knew, were far harder to silence. They needed an audience. He boarded the plane. The hum of the engines a poor substitute for the server room's roar. As the city shrank beneath him, a grid of light and lies, he understood his own role with cold clarity. He had not been sent to stop anything. He had been sent to assess a contagion. And his assessment was that it was airborne, mutating, and beautifully, terribly alive. The man with the quiet authority would now decide whether to contain it or to weaponize it. Julian closed his eyes, but behind his lids he still saw the billboard, the perfect couple. The question mark curled like a sleeping serpent. He knew, with a certainty that felt like a sentence, that he would never truly leave Sterling and Price. His frozen clock now ticked inside him, a silent, parallel time. He was part of the narrative now, a footnote in a story that was just beginning to write its next, elegant, and undoubtedly lethal chapter. The flight attendant offered a pillow. Julian declined. He kept his eyes closed, constructing the gallery installation in his mind. He saw the billboard images from the USB drive, blown up, pixelated, the hidden symbols pulsing with light. He saw the frozen clock, 3-7, projected on a wall. He heard the hum of the server farm, remixed into a dissonant soundtrack. It was a monument to Dashiell, and a declaration of war. Anonymous, formerly of a leading creative agency. It had to be Chloe. The furious energy of her grief wasn't grief at all. It was conversion. She had seen what Dashiell was doing, and she had understood it as art. And now she was exhibiting it. Dion would see the review, or someone on his payroll would. The agency monitored all media, especially the arts. A leading creative agency was a thin veil. Dion would know it was an inside job. He would start looking, and he would find Chloe, or Lara, or Marcus, whoever it was. And the quiet, surgical solution would be applied. The game would end the same way. But the call had come. His contract was concluded. He was out. The quiet authority had what he wanted. Confirmation of the pipeline, its method, and its potential vulnerability. The rest was not Julian's concern. He repeated this to himself as the plane pushed through the clouds. A week passed in his Boston apartment, a space that felt like a hotel room. He took long walks. He tried to read. The silence was different from the agency's. It was empty, not charged. It gave him no peace. He found himself scanning advertisements on subway cars and magazines, looking for flaws in the skin, for ghosts in the machine. He saw nothing. That was the perfection of it. Then, on the 8th day, a package arrived. No return address. Inside was a single matte black card. On it, in raised silver lettering, was an invitation to the opening night of the 3-7 Effect, with a date and time for the following evening. Below, in smaller print, a private viewing for discerning patrons. It was not mailed to Julian Thorne. It was addressed to Julian Crane. They knew where he was. They knew his alias. They were inviting the consultant back in. It was either a trap laid by Dion, a test of his disengagement, or it was a summons from the new artist, a request for a witness. Either possibility was a vortex. He sat with the card on his bare kitchen table for hours. He thought of the quiet authority, of the closed file. He thought of Dashiell's body on the pavement. He thought of the question mark in the vault ad, a seed planted after Dashiell's death. This was not concluded. His assessment had been premature. The contagion was not just mutating. It was communicating, seeking a specific host. Him. He booked a late flight back. He did not call the quiet authority. This was a deviation from protocol, a step into a personal orbit. He told himself it was just to see, to confirm. But he knew, as he packed the same suitcase, that he was answering a question with his presence. The gallery was in a converted warehouse, all exposed brick and polished concrete. The crowd was the usual blend of wealthy patrons, critics, and art world aspirants, sipping wine and speaking in low, serious tones. The installation was exactly as he had imagined, yet more potent in person. The huge altered advertisements glowed. The server hum vibrated in the floor. In the center of the room, on a plinth, was a physical replica of the frozen sterling and price clock, its hands permanently fixed. The plaque read, "Time of death, time of truth." He moved through the space, a ghost among the spectators. He saw no one from the agency. Then, in a dark corner near a looping video of the vault ad couple dissolving into static, he felt a presence. Julian Crane. It was Chloe. She wore a simple black dress, her hair pulled back. She held a glass of water, not wine. Her eyes were clear, electric. "You came," she said. "You invited me. I needed you to see it. He would have wanted you to see it. You were the only one who looked at us and saw more than the performance." She gestured to the room. "This is the real work. The only true thing that agency ever produced." "It's a target on your back," Julian said, his voice low. "It's a flare," she corrected. "Visibility is protection. Dion can't make me disappear if I'm already visible. If this story is out there, in the wild as art. He understands narratives. He can't kill this one without giving it more power. You're playing a very dangerous version of his game." "No," she said, turning to face a billboard where the child's silhouette held the rifle. "I'm playing mine. Dash showed me the way, but he was too alone. He played a solo game, and he lost." "This," she said, sweeping her hand, "I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one." He followed her gaze across the room. Lara, the art director, was standing before the frozen clock, speaking calmly to a journalist, pointing out the craftsmanship. Marcus, the strategist, was by the refreshments, his riddle smile finally genuine as he explained the data stream soundtrack to a captivated group. They were all here. They had all been part of it. The entire team. It wasn't one rogue artist. It was a cell. Chloe looked back at him. "The consultant report, the one you gave to Dion, it was a good first draft, but it lacked an ending." She finished her water. "We're writing the ending now, and we thought you might want to consult." She walked away, merging with the crowd. Julian stood alone in the buzzing, glowing heart of the secret, now exploded into light and sound for all to see. The quiet authority would see this too. The assessment had changed entirely. The contagion wasn't a vulnerability. It was a rival syndicate, born within the host, using its own tools. Dion wasn't just laundering money. He was incubating his own destruction, and it was beautiful. Julian left the gallery. Outside, the city night was cold. He didn't look for a cab. He began to walk, the frozen clock's time now ticking in step with his heartbeat. He was not a footnote. He had been written into the text. And the next chapter, he understood, would not be written in boardrooms or secret meetings. It would be written here, in the streets, in the galleries, on every screen that carried the beautiful, poisoned image. The war for the narrative had gone public, and Julian, former prosecutor, former consultant, now found himself without a role. And yet, for the first time since he'd pushed through those heavy glass doors on the right side, he kept walking, the ghost of a question mark slowly unfurling into the blueprint of an answer in his mind. The blueprint was not for a case. It was for a story. A true story. He found a small, open all-night diner and took a booth in the back. On a paper napkin, he began to sketch not evidence but structure. The characters: Dion, the polished architect; Dashiell, the sacrificed prophet; Chloe, the revolutionary heir; the setting: the glass prison of Sterling and Price; the conflict: control versus revelation; the theme: the corruption of language itself. He worked until the coffee in his cup was cold, and the dawn began to bleach the darkness from the sky. He saw it whole. Dion's power relied on the lie staying sleek, contained, and deniable. Chloe's power came from making the lie grotesque, public, and beautiful. She had turned their weapon into her medium, but she was wrong about one thing. Visibility was not protection. It was a challenge. Dion would not try to kill the story. He would try to buy it, to rebrand it, to absorb the rebellion back into the brand. He would send emissaries to the gallery with offers, with threats wrapped in contracts. He would try to turn the 3-7 effect into just another edgy campaign for a luxury client. Julian needed to ensure the story stayed toxic to the system that created it. He needed to be the editor, not the consultant. His first move was a message sent from a burner phone to a number he had committed to memory but never used. To the quiet authority. It contained only the address of the gallery and the opening date, which was now yesterday. A simple statement. The assessment was ongoing. The subject had proliferated. No more. The response came faster than expected. A single word. Observe. So he was not cut loose. He was retasked. They wanted to see which narrative would win. They were agnostic, he realized. They did not care about justice or truth. They cared about stability, about functional systems. Whether Dion's criminal consortium or Chloe's artistic insurgency provided the more stable platform for their interests was an open question. Julian was now the observer at the duel. He found a short-term rental, a furnished studio with a view of a brick wall. He visited the gallery every day. The crowds grew. The reviews multiplied. Anonymous became the talk of the scene. Speculation about the leading creative agency swirled. A gossip blog pointed a finger at Sterling and Price, citing the uncanny corporate aesthetic of the pieces. The agency's PR department issued a bland, witty statement about being flattered by the imitation and always supporting the arts. It was a masterful non-denial. On the 5th day, the emissary arrived. Julian saw him from across the room. Bennett from legal, Dion's calm fixer. He was not looking at the art. He was looking at the people. He watched Chloe for a long time, his expression one of professional appraisal. He left without speaking to anyone. The next morning, Chloe called him. Her voice was tight, not with fear, but with fury. They've offered me a job, a new vertical, head of transgressive media, a blank check and total creative freedom, to bring my vision in-house. They're offering to make you the official artist of the lie, Julian said. It's a better offer than a fall from a height. What did you say? I told them I'd consider it. I bought us time. Time for what? For you to do whatever it is you're doing, Julian. You're not just watching. I see you in the corner every day. You're waiting. What for? He was waiting for the pattern to complete, for the next move in the game. It came that afternoon, not from Dion, but from the art itself. A new piece was added to the installation without announcement. In a small dark alcove, a single monitor played a loop. It was security footage, black and white, grainy. It showed the lobby of Sterling and Price. The frozen clock. The timestamp in the corner read 1:14 a.m. A figure entered the frame, used a keycard at the interior door. Dashel.e. His posture was agitated, quick. He disappeared. The footage jumped. 1:22 a.m. now. The elevator doors opened. Dion Vance stepped out, alone. He walked not toward the exits, but back toward the offices, his stride purposeful. The footage ended. It was a bomb. Chloe had not just exposed the financial crime. She had acquired and exhibited the murder weapon, or the next best thing. Julian's phone buzzed. The quiet authority. A message. Containment breached. Extract. Primary source. Protect asset. The definitions were clear. Primary source. Chloe. Asset. The evidence. They wanted Chloe and the footage out of the public eye. They wanted the story to stop evolving, to become a frozen, manageable fact. They were choosing stability, but the story was alive. It was in the room, in the gasps of the patrons now crowding the alcove, in the frantic phone calls being made. Julian saw Bennett re-enter the gallery, his calm gone, his face pale. He was shouting into his phone. Chloe found Julian's eyes across the suddenly electric crowd. She gave a small, fierce smile. She had not bought time. She had forced the endgame. She had moved from revelation to accusation. Julian did not move to extract her. He knew, looking at her smile, that she would not be extracted. She was where she wanted to be, at the center of the detonation. He had been tasked with containing a story that could no longer be contained. The narrative had its own agency now. It was loose in the world. He turned and walked out of the gallery, into the bright, indifferent afternoon. The only thing left to do was to bear witness and to record. He began to walk, the final chapter writing itself in the air behind him. In the sirens he now heard approaching in the distance. In the beautiful, terrible, and utterly public unraveling of the perfect silent lie. The sirens were not for the gallery. They streaked past, a blur of sound and light, heading toward the financial district, toward Sterling and Price. The public unraveling was not a single thread. It was the entire tapestry combusting at once. Julian understood. Chloe's move was not an endgame. It was a signal. The security footage was a beacon telling the world where to look. And someone, somewhere, had just looked with the full force of the law. His phone buzzed again. The quiet authority. The message was different this time. A single, stark sentence. The board has been notified. Vance is in custody. It was over. It was beginning. Dion, the architect of silence, had been caught in the noise. Julian stood on the sidewalk, people flowing around him. He felt no surge of victory, only the vast, hollow echo of a structure collapsing. He thought of the vault, of the money flowing like hidden rivers. Those rivers would now be dammed, diverted, examined. The quiet authority had gotten what they wanted. A contained surgical removal of a compromised asset. Dion was the sacrifice to preserve the larger, quieter system. He turned back toward the gallery. The crowd outside had thickened, buzzing with the new viral rumor. News vans were arriving. Bennett from legal was on the steps, trying to project calm, saying no comment into a forest of microphones. He looked like a man watching his own ghost. Inside, the art had transformed. It was no longer commentary. It was evidence. The patrons wore the rapt, solemn expressions of attendees at a historic event. Chloe was gone from the main room. Julian found her in a back office, a concrete-walled space filled with shipping crates. Lara and Marcus were with her, packing a hard drive and a laptop into a plain bag. "We're leaving," Chloe said. She didn't look at him. "The show is over, It served its purpose. Where will you go? Somewhere. The light is different, she said. The work is done here. It's in the wild now. Others will continue it. She finally met his eyes. You could come. You know the shape of the story. You could help tell the next part. He shook his head slowly. I'm not an artist. No, she agreed. You're a witness, a reliable narrator. That might be more valuable. She hoisted the bag. Dion falling doesn't mean the lie is dead. It just means the logo changes. The 3-7 is a constant. Remember that. They left through a service entrance, melting into the city's bloodstream. Julian returned to the empty gallery. The frozen clock on the plinth seemed to tick now, in the silence. Time of death. Time of truth. The two were not the same moment, he realized. Death was an event. Truth was a process, slow and relentless. He spent the final hour before the police sealed the space just walking, memorizing the contours of the beautiful poisonous garden Dashiell had planted and Chloe had brought to bloom. He was the last one out. The heavy door clanged shut behind him, and he stood on the steps as the official machinery of revelation rolled in. A week later, sitting in his Boston apartment, he saw the headlines. The fall of Vance, the investigation into Sterling and Price. The mysterious artist Anonymous, hailed as a whistleblower and a visionary, vanished without a trace. The narrative was clean, satisfying. A bad man caught, a hero unseen. The system had absorbed the shock and was correcting itself. But Julian knew the deeper story. The lie was not a person. It was a language, and it was still being spoken everywhere. In the ads that now filled the space where the Vault campaign had been pulled, in the sleek new corporate statements from Sterling and Price's interim management, in the very way the scandal was packaged and sold as a thrilling drama. He received one final communication. A postcard, postmarked from a city he did not know. No words. Just a picture of an ordinary billboard advertising a brand of mineral water. In the reflection on the bottle's surface, if you looked very closely, you could see the faint, ghostly curve of a question mark. Julian taped the postcard to his refrigerator. He then sat down at his desk, opened a blank document, and began to type. He was not writing a report. He was not building a case. He was translating the language. He started with the only true thing he knew, the time. It was 3-7. It would always be 3-7 somewhere. And the story, the real story, was just learning how to speak. The words came slowly at first, then in a steady, quiet stream. He wrote of pressure and silence. He wrote of the color of money in a darkened vault, and the sound of a body meeting pavement. He did not use the names Dion or Dashiell or Chloe. He used titles. The architect, the prophet, the heir. He described the glass building and the frozen clock, and the art that became a crime scene, and then a gallery, and then a weapon. He wrote until his hands ached, and the light faded from his window. When he was done, he did not save it to his hard drive. He printed it, a single sheaf of paper, and carried it to a small, independent copy shop he knew from his prosecutor days. A place with no digital records, only the smell of ink and warm metal. He made 10 copies. He mailed them in plain envelopes with no return address to 10 people. A journalist in Berlin known for forensic finance, a filmmaker in Seoul obsessed with urban decay, a collective of poets in Santiago, a hacker librarian in Reykjavik. He included no instructions, only the postcard of the billboard with the ghostly question mark paperclipped to the first page. He was seeding the story, not in the fertile ground of the art world or the toxic soil of corporate media, but in the cracks between them. He was letting it go, to mutate or die, to be translated and mistranslated, to become something he could not predict. His own life resumed a shape. He took on a few small consulting jobs for a museum worried about theft, for a non-profit auditing its donor lists. The work was clean, technical, and left no residue. He walked the same streets, but he saw the architecture differently. He saw the question marks in the reflections of windows, in the gaps between headlines, in the brief, unguarded expressions of strangers on the subway. The contagion was not an illness. It was a lens. Months passed. The Sterling and Price scandal faded to a business school case study about compliance failures. Anonymous was a cult footnote. One day, checking his mail, he found a small, flat package. Inside was a book, beautifully bound in dark blue cloth. The title was embossed in silver, a single word, Vault. There was no author name. He opened it. It was his text, his words. But it was not alone. Interleaved with his pages were others, schematics, code fragments, distorted ad imagery, and haunting, abstract photographs of empty offices at night. It was a collaboration. His narrative had been received and answered. On the last page was a colophon, a line of tiny type, first printing for the patrons of the 3-7, distributed by those who keep the time. He smiled, a real smile that felt unfamiliar on his face. He was not a consultant. He was not a witness. He was a contributor, a node in a network he could not map. He placed the book on his shelf, next to a few volumes of poetry and a worn legal text. It looked like it belonged. That evening he went for a walk. He passed a construction site, a new glass tower going up where an old brick warehouse had stood. On the plywood hoarding was a massive advertisement for a new financial service. The ad showed a diverse, smiling group of people looking at a shimmering, abstract graph. The tagline read, "Clarity in a complex world." In the bottom corner of the ad, in the graphic representing a soaring stock price, the line made a tiny, deliberate dip before rising again. A hiccup, a stutter. To anyone else, a printing error. To Julian, it was a syllable. It was the language speaking again. He did not stop. He kept walking, his hands in his pockets, the city humming around him. He had no destination. He was simply listening, waiting for the next word. Thank you for staying with me until the end of tonight's true crime tale. If this case captivated you, don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you won't miss tomorrow's investigation, and to help our channel continue bringing you these stories. Sleep well, stay curious, and I'll be back tomorrow night with another true mystery from the shadows.